What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Vansky!
Teens here, or 20s. Why neglect the 60 when you can keep hitting it like that?
Game shot on fourth leg.
And he's on Dream Street with a 12 darter.
She has a chance at this one, 4-3. 83 left. It's on. Double 16. Oh, what a shot there.
He's not going to go ball trap ball.
I think he's moving across to find a route through to the 20. He does find it.
And he finishes off with a big finish.
Yeah, and since then, management deal, darts manufacturer deal announced today. But that's the real deal
Fifth leg.
from Thomas Banks.
Get the break of throw from Jimmy Vansky. Jimmy's having none of it. Jimmy is not offering any opportunities or ways in.
This is better from Cole. But he doesn't like the lie. Oh, beautiful.
Game shot
That is incredible from Jared.
Into the second half of the series we go. We're into the business end of Series 11, and it is a group littered with champions. All 6 involved today have won a week here previously. Welcome along to Portsmouth once again. Very good morning, and it is the morning after the night before. Yesterday, Ross Montgomery picked up the Champion of Champions. He brought that to you here on Pluto TV. But today, we focus our attention on the second half of Modus Super Series 11. And what a week we've got in store. We're going to see the three-time world champion, Bo Greaves, in action. And in this Group A, everybody has won a title before. Talking about title winners, Paul the Asset Nicholson is alongside us throughout the course of this Group A. And such an exciting week ahead of us. Bo Greaves is going to be back in Group B. We're going to see Dal Fitted as well. And this Group A, there's champions everywhere you look.
Everywhere. Simply everywhere. And that is the most exciting thing about it. I think we all woke up this morning thinking this could be anything. So as far as who's going to win it, it's very much up for interpretation, but there are players of the 6 who are in slightly better form than others. So it'll be interesting to see what happens the next 3 days.
It's almost as if nothing's ever happened behind us, but yesterday it really was a hive of activity here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ross Montgomery picking up the Champion of Champions title, getting the better of Richie Howson in the final. Back-to-back seniors triumphs for the boss.
Yeah, I think if you'd mentioned 2 senior titles for Ross Montgomery at the start of the year, some people might not have believed that, but now that he's senior world champion and the Champion of Champions here, I think we've got to start seeing what is possible for Ross going forward. Even maybe getting himself into a Champions Week and having a crack at a title like that in the Modus Super Series, because the confidence he's starting to yield from the wins he's getting, we might be seeing the best of Montgomery, and he's had a pretty good career up to this point.
Well, it has been a busy time of it. Gemma Hayter won on Saturday, Women's Week 4. And a couple of weeks ago, Adam Gavlas won the last week of qualification before we now enter the second half of Series 11 here at the Modus Super Series. And what a week we have got in store for you. As I say, champions everywhere you look. And this is how the Champions Week lineup looks as we head into the second half of the series. You got the former champion, Scott Taylor, in there. You got the reigning WDF world champion in Shane McGurk. Adam Gavlas adding his name to the list. And this week, well, you get the sense that another big name is going to join that party come August. All 6 of the players in Group A have won a week here at some point in the past. Bo Greaves went through a last qualification week here without defeat. Everywhere you look, there is class, there is quality, and there's going to be excitement, isn't there?
There's different types of excitement as well. I think every time Jimmy Vansky's in town, we all get excited about what could be possible. Reese Robinson is just an exciting player, whether he's playing Monday morning or Saturday night or somewhere in between. But obviously, you mentioned Bo Greaves and the fact that she's not lost a game on a Thursday and a Friday. That's just a staggering thing to think about. But also exciting for people like Jamie Durrant. He played in our previous studio in Southampton and has waited a long time for this chance in Portsmouth, and he will be chomping at the bit.
Now, the bookmakers have it as a Bo Greaves and Jimmy Vansky showdown in terms of the betting. Do you conform to that point of view?
Yeah, I think if you look at that, the top 6 are the people in Group A, and they're all weekly champions. So they're going with former winners here, and I can't back against that whatsoever. To see Greaves as the favourite at 13 and a bit, let's face it, that is right because of the form that she's been in on various tours this year. Wherever she's gone, she's had a victory, but not here this year yet. This week could be that win.
18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this week. And we are going to kickstart with a man who has won 3 titles in this building. Reese, actually 5 weekly titles between the 2 players involved in Game 1 as he takes on Chaz Barstow. But for Reese, well, he's looking for another W in this building. Human highlight reel, Mr. Must See. He's got a plethora of different names. But my goodness, has he got the game. And I caught up with him earlier on this morning. Reese, here we go again. Another week at the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this one for a while now. I've had the date penned in, so I've been looking forward to play.
You look at the group in there, you look at the players in there. This is a tough one this week, isn't it?
I seen the group when they first announced it, and then there was obviously a change last night, and I just actually proper looked at it. I thought, that is a Group A, that's one of the best ones I've ever been in, probably.
And you're a man who's played in Champions Week. Does that have a feel of a Champions Week, this group?
Yeah, I don't know how many there is, but previous winners all over the board, and I'm like, there's a lot of them in this full week.
But for you, you're a 3-time winner here. You're actually on the all-time list of players to have won weeks here. What's the magic behind Sugar Reese Robinson and the Super Series?
Just keep winning. I don't know how. Just keep winning and see how they go.
In terms of form, in terms of darts, how's things been since we've last seen you?
I was awful last time I was here, so hopefully they're going better. I've played all right last few weeks. I've been practicing a little bit more.
Anything we need to worry about? Any tricks up the sleeve? Any 123 tops? Any free bullseyes? Anything crazy, chaotic that we need to be aware of before the action gets underway?
The 3 tops will be going, but just depends how I feel up there. Depends who turns up, Reese Robinson or Mr. Must See. It depends.
The human highlight reel?
Yeah, I might bring him out.
Right, wish you all the very best. Mr. Must See, Reese Robinson, whichever we get today. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
And whenever he is on stage, we have our fair share of entertainment, and he takes on Chaz Barstow in the opening game of the week. Just the 5 weekly titles between this pair. Reese has an opportunity to do something that, well, less than a handful of players have done. That is win 4 weekly titles in this field. Both him and Jimmy Vansky got the opportunity to do that. Up against him, Chaz Barstow looking for weekly title number 3. 2-time winner of a week at the Modus Super Series. And is looking to win his first title in the best part of 18 months. But his title wins do tend to come in 18-month clumps, because his first title came in September 2022. His second one came in February 2023. And so now we get to June 2025. Maybe the time is right for him to pick up one of these as Jack Garwood gets the action underway.
So how's it going to start? There you go. We're all excited about this group at the start of the day, and Robinson delivers from the off. You just knew it was going to happen.
50, sir.
You get the sense this is a group that is not going to disappoint us. There's going to be class. There's going to be quality everywhere you look.
100.
After yesterday's Champion of Champions, we now effectively have in Group A champion of champions situation, because they're all winners.
96.
But based on last year's Champion of Champions winner, Richie Howson, after what he was saying about this venue yesterday, it is incredibly pertinent to the next 3 days and beyond, because Portsmouth is baked right now.
57.
This
Reese
is going to be hot.
81.
Make peace with it and do your best. It's just that simple. 11 darters aren't simple.
Well, you talk about hot. That would have been a
69.
red hot start for Reese Robinson.
$60. Reese
There
required
are other
12.
metrics to measure these players, which we will touch on, but now it's basement time and a bust.
No score.
It's amazing how quickly a leg can change. You're thinking 11 darter, now you're thinking just get over the line.
108.
Because now Barstow's
Reese
given
required
Robinson
12.
that proverbial tap on the shoulder. The trapdoor again.
9.
Well, Chaz Barstow
Jersey
was a
required
passenger
51.
for large swathes this opening leg. Now he's got an opportunity to win it and, crucially, get a break.
Game shot on the first leg. Just Barstow.
How many 180s did we have in that first leg? 2. How many darts at double did we have
Second
from Robinson?
leg, it's Chaz to
A
throw
lot
first.
more than
Game
Barstow,
on.
but Barstow hits and Robinson doesn't. But we have to measure these dart players not just by their
84.
weekly wins. We have to try and find other ways to describe the likelihoods of this week, because I'm sure there are going to be some people out there who would like to have a flutter on certain games, and like Henry
59.
mentioned at the top of the show, gamble responsibly. Gambleaware.org for all the information, and it's over 18s only. But
100.
conversion rates of people making Saturdays in this group is also very impressive. Just alongside the fact, Henry, that we have quite a few England internationals here this week.
77.
Well, Six Nations really is the topic of the group, because Chaz Barstow and Jared Cole were part of the England team that won the Six Nations. Jimmy Vansky won the singles for the
49.
Netherlands in Wales a couple of weekends ago. In fact, Chaz Barstow hit the winning dart for England to win the team event. Jared did have his chance, but was unable to take that opportunity.
100.
But is he going to take his opportunity this week? Now, at around about 6 o'clock yesterday evening, Jared Cole was due to be on shift here today.
73.
But due to a late withdrawal, he is now being given the opportunity to play this week. Which is bad news for us, because it means we've got Owen Binkson on here.
133.
It didn't take you long to mention his name. He's still spinning from getting a message from Chris from Coldplay.
Oh, don't go there, please.
65.
Well, we did,
Reese
and now let's get back to the darts.
132.
Because Robinson has got champagne on his mind. Look at the marker. It's surprising it didn't go.
107. Chaz, you require 130.
So 130 for Barstow for a 2-0 lead. Beautiful guide for a second to nettle alongside. Bullseye.
105.
And I
Reese
tell you what, he
required
fancied it and he scared
25.
it. Reese Robinson has missed 8 darts at a double. He's going to get 2 more here to level this match up.
Game
He
shot on
didn't
the
get a
second
champagne
leg.
supernova
Reese
to win
Robinson.
leg 2, but double 4 does give him an equal scoreline. And even that little
Third
celebration
leg,
right
it's Reese
there,
to throw first.
it's one of,
Game on.
I'm grinding to get back into this one. Nothing wrong with doing that early on a Monday morning, because some of these players do come with reputation here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Some of them are Group A specialists. Some of them are not. And if we can be honest,
125.
Chaz Barstow is not a Group A specialist. That is something that can change this week, because if you can win over the next 3 days with this company, imagine how high your confidence is going to be.
59.
And it's one of these weird situations as well where every single week you say you want to get into Group B to give yourself the best possible chance. Well, that Group B's got a 3-time world champion in there.
94.
Yeah, but she's only one player in a group where 3 will qualify.
57.
Dart players have always said, smart ones, that you should never dodge the big games. You should run towards them.
Although I'm sure the participants in Group B may have also seen the name Durham and be disappointed that it was a J and not a G in front of it because it means there's not a foregone conclusion in terms of a points tally.
82.
Unfortunately for the participants this week, it's Jamie, not Glenn, playing. Although, because he's commentating, it means he gets past the first round this week. Closest he's going to get to a final. Morning, Glenn!
I am not going to be your human shield this week.
94.
Nice switch there from Chaz.
Reese require
Gets
87.
himself into 2-dart territory, but Robinson is there again. He seems to be outscoring Barstow at this stage. It's another dart of the bull. And this time he gets it.
Third leg, Reese Robinson.
Beautifully squeezed from Reese.
Well, I can tell you that early on this morning, all the players were throwing some practice darts in front of the cameras, and we had the monitor on our screen here in the commentary box, and Reese Robinson went for 3 bullseyes, hit the first 2, and the third one skimmed the paint onto the 25.
135.
There's never been any question about the talent of Robinson. Ever. All this time that we've known him. Well over 10 years.
93.
But he is a little bit like Aaron Monk. Sometimes he gets a little bit lost in his own head.
81.
But every sport needs its mavericks. He's ours at this level. Because he doesn't play Challenge Tour. He is an ADC player. He is a Super Series veteran. He's vintage Portsmouth, considering what he's done here.
100.
So we can say he's a bit of ours. We like that. Because when he turns up, things happen.
59.
Well, Robertson in a good position here to get the break and open up a 3-1 lead. If he does, he'd have the darts in the necks to get the job done.
145.
Early morning start is not too bad so far. Richard under 90 despite those 9 missed darts at a double. And he's going to get 3 more to get that breaker throw and to put himself in cruise control of this opening contest of the week.
83. Reese require 40. Game shot.
Nothing wrong with his doubles now.
Reese Robinson.
My word. How he has turned things around. After missing his first 8 darts at a double.
Game on.
Since then, he's 3 from 4.
What's it they say in football? Turning the screw. That is exactly what Reese Robinson's doing here.
That's what somebody in the audience was doing yesterday.
81.
Seeing as they were given a screwdriver by Richie Burnett.
$60.
Yep, Richie Burnett's DIY giveaway available at every good venue near you. However, he won't be giving away that speaker. In fact, we've had to try and frisk him before leaving the venue on occasions, making sure he hasn't nicked that.
Now that speaker is now a Super Series listed location.
134.
Now Barstow's not going to panic here at 3-1 down.
85.
Robinson does look like the slightly sharper player at this stage. You've got Whitehead against
59.
Banks to come. A very different looking Thomas Banks since the last time we saw him. We'll get into that in due course. And then Jimmy Vansky will kick off his weekly campaign against Jared Cole in game number 3. That is the
41.
first round of week 7.
Well, Chaz has been up since the best part of 5:30 this morning. Got a train in alongside Jared Cole.
108.
But he's hoping he's not going to be derailed in this opening game. His second max of the match could get him back on track.
Strategy requires 68.
An opportunity to break back here. But both then kiss the wire, and
Reese
if
requires
Robinson finds this, it could be curtains for Chaz.
Chaz is more of a bricks kind of guy than a curtains kind of guy.
Require 8.
And that's just another brick in the wall.
Chaz Barstow.
I think this is a fascinating summer, Henry, at this level of darts.
Sixth flag, it's Chaz to throw first.
You look at someone like Barstow. He's done extraordinary things in the last 5 years. He became one of the most dangerous
46.
players at the second level of this sport during our Southampton days, and obviously transcribing that to Portsmouth a little bit more. But he's been to the World Championship where he's played MVG.
80.
He's been someone who's played a lot of darts on the tour without a tour card and enhanced his reputation
48.
by doing that. But now, as a fully fledged England international, you've got to be thinking, oh, apologies for the loss of graphic. And Robinson's not going to be happy about this, because he had designs on winning this one in the next 90 seconds or so.
Well, the Monday morning and the computer saying no, but we are almost ready to get back underway.
As I was saying, Henry, I think Robinson, as great a player as he is, a lot of what Barstow does this week
81.
is about what happens this summer. Because after what you mentioned about the Six Nations, he's got a legitimate claim to an England shirt at the World Cup. That is an unbelievable trip to South Korea, and every player who has represented their country in the last couple of years will want that spot.
Well, let's be honest, it's probably going to be an unchanged England team considering how much they dominated the Six Nations. You'd expect Chaz, Cole,
58. Reese requires
particularly Tom Sykes. You could argue he's the best one-leg player in the world. But Reese Robinson looking to get to 4, and he's in a very good position to get to 4 before his opponent.
100.
Leaves himself 60 upon his return.
Now, are we going to see the first change of tactic here from Robinson? Is it going to be flat
60.
on dart 1? No, it's not. He's going to stay true to his normal throw.
Game shot.
And that's why. And Reese Robinson is off to a winning start. A bit of a burst towards the end there. The last 2 legs that he won were won in legs of 13 and 14. Robinson a 4-2 winner against Chaz Barstow. The tail of the tape reads just like that. 88.36. 2 180s, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Coming up after the break, Colonel Whitehead takes on Thomas Banks. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. 25,000 the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Reese Robinson got the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, it is the former champion, Conan Whitehead, back in action at the place he calls home. The first ever winner of the Modus Super Series. And he's promised us he's going to win another one, but is this the time where it's going to be Code 2.0 in the Champions Week winning department? Up against him, Thomas Banks, another former weekly winner, one of the top young talents in the game, the 18-year-old. As for Conan, now aged 39, from Raynham in Kent, the first ever winner, as I say, of a Modus Super Series title. It was just under a year ago when Thomas Banks won his weekly title, beat Conor Heenahan in the final, and what was quite the dramatic night, probably one of the best Saturday nights in terms of a qualifying week here at a Super Series, and he is looking to back that up. Now, 2025 hasn't quite been as successful as 2024 has been so far for Thomas, but this might just be the catalyst this week towards a strong second half of the season.
I think there's plenty of people hoping for that.
108!
Well, that's a good sign for Conan. He's done exactly what Reese Robinson did. Starts the week with a max.
94.
And Reese started with a victory as well. So why don't we start a new countdown for Whitehead?
43.
Considering he is the record holder of 24 games in a row with a maximum. The last time he was here,
85.
he lost in the semi-finals of week 7. In the last series, it's week 7 again. He lost to Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. Beat Charlie Manby that night as well. Had a maximum in that game as well as the semi-final. So we're going to have to backtrack to figure out the last time he didn't have a 180 in a game. And he's already got one here. So start the countdown, everyone.
It's not like you to backtrack, Nicholson.
44.
You'll keep.
Well, Conan off to the stronger start of the two. 6 darts at 176 to take the opening leg.
The last game that Whitehead didn't have a maximum was his group game that Saturday night against Derek Coulson,
95.
who averaged 109 against him. So consecutive games with a maximum for Whitehead now is 3.
44.
Fair to say
Conan,
this
you
game is
require
not slow.
81.
There's nothing slow about this group whatsoever, and every single metric you look at in terms of
Edge on the
pace, in
first
terms
leg,
of quality,
Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead with an 81 to take the opening leg.
Second leg,
I'm
it's
intrigued
Thomas
to
to throw
see
first.
what we're going to
Game on.
get from Thomas this week, and I think we get this from a lot of players at around about his age. I think he's doing a lot of learning. I think there's a lot of things that maybe this
26.
week we will perhaps learn that he might want to sort out, he might want to work about in terms of his game.
108.
When you're trying to figure things out and you've got opponents doing that to you, it makes you feel decidedly
58.
uncomfortable. But first thing about Bulldog this week, take the pressure off Thomas. There is no pressure. Look at who you're playing against.
91.
Let them have the pressure. What he's got to do here this week is just play.
36.
And I mean that in the fullest sense. Go on that stage like it's a bouncy castle. Just play.
121.
Shackles off. I think that's the best way of perhaps describing how Thomas has got to treat this week.
56.
And look, I think it's
Conan, you
difficult,
require
particularly in this day and
109.
age, for a player of Thomas's capability. The fact that he's won a weekly title at the age of 17, naturally it does heap a bit of expectation on shoulders. It does.
77.
Well, that's one way of leaving double 16.
Not again. When we were here a couple of weeks ago, Henry, we saw that happen 4 times.
29.
And I'd
Conan,
never
you
seen it
require
before.
32.
Double 8 till he double 16.
Game
It
shot
might
of
be the
second
future
leg. Conan
because we
Whitehead.
tasted it.
Well, 32 darts for the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Who was it who was
Game
doing
on.
that? Was it Kent Sivertson from Norway who first did that?
Me and you didn't do that week.
24.
Sam Spivey had a couple of weird ones.
99.
Now,
43.
Whitehead's record in making Saturdays is exceptional. 10 Saturdays from 12 attempts.
45.
He's not bothered about that record, though. He's bothered about the amount of wins he's got. 2 weeklies and a series.
81.
He feels like it's his destiny to get another series, and I'd love to see him win another one. Because we all remember that fateful night
43.
where he was beating Graham Usher and bagging the jackpot. In the big game, he's a big game player.
100.
And you think about Conan's capabilities and some of the things he's achieved. He's had a tour card for a number of years. Has had great success on the
44.
BDO, WDF circuit. A major like this, you always felt at some point was going to come Conan Whitehead's way. But he'd be the first to say he
46.
doesn't think that's his destiny fulfilled. He doesn't think it's just going to be that one-time rodeo. He still believes that there is a number of big titles still left in there 3 years after the last time he picked up a Champions Week trophy.
$95. $83.
Whitehead
99.
might have to
Coding
take
you
this out on the
require,
bullseye.
124.
He's not going to get that far. Ironically, that was actually closer to the 54 than the 60.
78.
Either
Thomas,
of
you
those
require
trebles,
76.
in the right order, would have given him a shot at the bull. Shot at the bull
51.
missed for
Coding you
Banks,
require
so Whitehead can't
46.
stretch this lead to 3.
It's double top. Thomas Banks
Game shot on the
isn't going
third
to get
leg.
a look at
Conan
the
Whitehead.
25. Whitehead, 3-0 to the good.
Fourth flag, it's Thomas to throw first. Game
Now,
on.
this is a sport where you need to be ruthless. But this seems to me
60.
like Whitehead has got to be a different kind of ruthless here. Bordering on merciless.
97.
Well, Conan Whitehead's almost in a situation that he has got to be cool to be kind to himself. It's not a game where you can afford
41.
sentiment to creep in. It's not a game where you can allow any kind of discrepancy to creep in.
140.
There's one statement that comes to mind. If you're up against someone who hasn't hit the ground
44.
running, and you're playing better than they are, you get them beat. Because remember this line,
140.
they would do it to you. This is a gladiatorial sport.
83. Conan, you require 124.
Well, Whitehead will go for the ball because the ball's his favourite double, but finally the treble means double 11.
102.
And look, Whitehead here is doing a professional job. That is all he can do in this particular situation.
Won his series on
31.
double 16.
Conan, you require 22.
This is slightly higher.
No
And that
score.
is a little bit too much.
$42. Conan, you require 22.
Double 11 for Whitehead. In fact, he's going to split it. 6 a double 8.
Game shot.
And Whitehead's
and
off to a
match.
winning start.
Conan
He gets the
Whitehead.
better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 0. It's a winning start for the former champion. A ruthless display, a professional display. Coming up after the break, Jimmy Vansky against Jared Cole.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Port. A little bit quieter this morning than it was yesterday. It was a hive of activity as the Champion of Champions took place. Actually, the stage looks a little bit more bare than it did yesterday as well. And we get into game 3 of the session, and it's a meeting between Jared Cole and Jimmy Vansky. A contest between, once again, 2 weekly winners. There's weekly winners every you look in this group. For Jimmy, his record here is incredible. 3 wins from 5 attempts for the towering Dutchman up against Jared Cole, who celebrated his 25th birthday on Saturday. From Hertfordshire, now based in Chandler's Ford. He's in the process of moving house, but this is his place of work, and he's now looking to get to work in a different capacity. We usually see Jared most days behind the spotting desk. Well, we don't see him, we hear him behind the spotting desk, but it's
First
back to the
leg,
job
it's
that
Jimmy
he
to
would
throw
call
first.
number 1, and that is doing the business on the hockey. And if anybody's been doing business on the hockey here over the course of the last 12 months, it's been that man in your picture, Jimmy Vansky. You could say that he was the MVP player at the Super Series in 2024. And his previous appearance here also saw him pick up a title at the International Pairs alongside his good pal Danny Van Tripe.
40.
Yes, it was remarkable that in 2024 he was able to pick up 3 weekly titles and have a couple of visits to Champions Week. But he wasn't able to start 2025 with a weekly victory in this format because he was stopped by David Davies. And didn't Davies play well in that final? Averaging 99.93. And that was
140.
Back on April the 5th in week 10 of Series 10. But this is the start of a new journey.
108.
And this game is starting pretty brightly.
81.
He's got 6 starts from here. Didn't have to chase around. Isn't going to chase
49.
around. He's going to leave himself on a double after 12. He's 2.
140.
Spent the
Jimmy
weekend
required
together in Wales
32.
not too long ago. Fortnight ago at the Six Nations Championship. Jimmy Vansky would pick up the men's singles title.
Even he's not tall enough to see over the top of these two. Might not want to get him a ladder. He'll burn his hair on the lights. But can he find an angle?
No score.
He almost did.
Jared, you require.
It was the right
45.
idea.
Well, this would be a bit of a pinch, all things considered.
Game shot
Jared
the
Cole
first
nicks the
leg.
first
Jared
leg in
Cole.
14. Not often you say that.
You were
Second leg,
saying
it's Jared to
in
throw first.
game number
Game
1
on.
that you wouldn't change the England team for the World Cup. So you'd have Barstow, You'd have Cole, you'd have Sykes.
140.
And probably be Lewis Gurney, wouldn't it? Now, I was speaking to Scott
58.
Mitchell last week. He was obviously with me in commentary. And what he said about Jared was striking. He said he saw a lot of him in an England shirt in Jared. He thinks that
57.
playing for his country brings a side out of him that he's never had before. And Jared, in his own words, said of that Six Nations weekend, he felt as a player he turned from a boy to a man.
83.
He's had a lot of success at youth level. 16, came close to winning tour cards, winning development tours. He had that go at the World Championship.
46.
He beat Martin Adams, lost to Brian O'Man. And then he had a couple of lean years. He'll be the first to admit that. But it feels like now he's in a place where he's got the mix, he's got the balance, and he's got it right now.
Let's not forget that he was one of the original players in the JDC
60.
system. When that was merely a baby. And Jared was only a kid. JDC was just starting to get on the map.
140.
He was there at the beginning. But I think he is the right fit
56. Jimmy, you require
to wear that shirt in
120.
Korea.
Well, he's going to persevere at treble 20. Now, there could have been an argument for him to go ball there because that first dart was so far blocked.
But based on Jared's position, maybe the right player was even going
Jared, you require
to score 96 to lead double 12. Because 142 is about a 4% shot.
27. Jimmy, you require 64.
Well, this for the instantaneous break back. 2 8s.
48.
Well, Jimmy
Jared, you
Vansky has
require
missed 5 darts at a double
115.
so far in this contest. Is Jared Cole going to make him pay again?
Doesn't get a dart double 18.
59. Jimmy, you
Vansky
require
is having a very
16.
similar start to his game, like Reese Robinson did. Scoring well, but having a few troubles on the outer ring. He finally does get over the line on double 4 to equalise. Have you noticed that Jimmy is wearing
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw
the
first.
same shirt that he wore in
Game.
International Pairs Week? It's got a windmill on the back. I don't think he's much of a windmill.
108.
Although that's a bit breezy. He's more like one of those bigger ones that generate power. Just a little bit taller.
108.
Well, apparently when there's a circuit cut, he actually gives him a little bit of a nudge to get the energy going again. There should be a brand new... Do you remember there was a time when Sunderland that were bottom of the Premier League and they created a website called Things with More Points Than Sunderland.com?
Can you bring that up during the next Premier League season?
I've got them on the opening day, so no doubt. But we should have a website called Things That Are Taller Than JimmyVanSki.com.
We know plenty of things that aren't, including the door frames in this place.
140.
This is a seriously good game. Look at where they're at after 9. Double 10.
90.
The door is open again for Jared.
100.
Jimmy Vansky is presenting Jared Cole with too many opportunities, and he's going to get 2 more here at tops. Potential 11 darter.
Could be a carbon copy of Jimmy's visit. But that's the difference.
On the third leg, Jared Cole.
And you want that to be the difference as well.
The key difference in this one so far is Jared Cole is just a little bit more clinical than his opponent thus far.
$100.
But I just wonder with Jared as well that the pressure of him being a full-time professional darts player, having that
59.
weight off his shoulders, I think has brought a bit more freedom back into his game. He's got a bit of flexibility with the job that he's doing here at the Super Series. He's kind of got the best of both worlds. And
100.
there's some people that being a full-time player does not work out. And I just wonder whether Jared's one of those people that could maybe do with a distraction away from the game.
There are plenty of examples of just that. Johnny Clayton, Mark Webster. Day jobs alongside thriving careers. However, it does suit some others. It suits Jimmy down to the ground.
100.
He'd play every single day of the week if he could.
He's already asked me this morning which local competitions are on. I kid you not.
100.
So if you're playing in a 30-mile radius of Portsmouth, watch out. Jimmy's probably going to attend when he's not playing here.
58. Jared, you require 101.
This is for a 3-1 lead. That treble 10 is pretty
69.
valuable.
Jimmy, you require 164.
This would be more valuable. Squeeze another one in. That he could not do.
96. Jared, you
So
require
Jared, who is 2
32.
from 3 on the doubles right now, is looking to extend his lead to 2.
No score.
And now it's Jared's turn to miss
Jimmy
opportunities. And
requires
Vansky has an opportunity to level this game back up.
Moments like that, you've got to realise why you missed that double 16 the way you did. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. This is what Jimmy does. He's going to try and leave doubles at the top of the board as much as he can.
50.
Even though he's still throwing
Jared,
down
you
on them.
require 32.
Ah, the Aspinall-esque ironic thumbs up.
Game shot
Thumbs
the
up to
full
that.
flag.
3-1
Jared
Cole.
Don't give Nathan credit for that. That's Matt Campbell's thing.
Amongst many other
Fifth flag,
gestures.
it's Jimmy to
Yeah, the ironic
reverse.
thumbs up. Nobody's ever done it better than Matt Campbell of Canada. And congratulations to Matt, because over the weekend he became
140.
the back-to-back North American champion. Well done to the man from Toronto, Ontario. And also to Luke Humphreys, who lifted the US Darts Masters in Madison Square Garden in a fabulous final with Nathan Aspinall.
81.
Just like this week, we have not so much forgotten what happened in the last few days. We have honoured the likes of Gemma Hayter and Ross Montgomery, and of course Adam Gavlas, the last weekly winner here. To be the first Czech player to do so, but we always look forward. We want another weekly winner here to put the 7th name into Champions Week.
135.
Coupled with that, the darting world will now look towards Poland, which is one of the best crowds on the calendar.
108.
What a time to get a max there for Jimmy. He's going to need that 40-pointer to keep himself in this game.
47. Jimmy, you require 40.
Top left after 12. Should have been taken out after 13, but that is kiss the bottom wire and come back out again.
Stick it in the same hole, Jimmy.
20.
That's about as annoyed
Jared, you require
as I've ever seen him.
144.
I tell you now, he'll be incandescent if Cole takes this. Can't be done now.
94. Jimmy, you require
So
20.
Vansky got the double top of his first dart in the previous visit, but cannot find 10s or 5s there.
Well, it has derailed him. It's as simple as that. He hasn't had the same aura since that double top fell out.
He shouldn't even be here. Shouldn't even be here, Jared Cole, but he's won.
Match, Jared Cole.
He gets the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 1 to win his opening match of the week. Well, he got the 13th hour phone call, and so far it's a phone call that's profitable. Jared Cole off the mark with a win. At times, some decent stuff from the pair, but have a look at that. 6 16 missed darts and a double for Jimmy Vansky in that match. Cole wins 4-1. Coming up next is Barstow Whitehead.
Welcome back to Monday morning's Modus Super Series. Action in Week 7 is now underway and one round of play has been completed. Wins for Reese Robinson, for Conan Whitehead, and now for Jared Cole, who took out Jimmy Vansky just before the break. Now we go into round number 2, and it is yet again a clash of former weekly champions because they are wherever you look. It is the two-time weekly champion up against the two-time weekly champion. And these two are the forefathers of this place. Barstow was a serial winner with us even before we came to Portsmouth. And Whitehead was the first winner of a series in this venue.
Game on.
But nearly 3 years later, they are still hungry, they are still capable, and that is why they're here.
60.
They're not here just on reputation. They are here because they are very capable of more success.
140.
Just to remind everybody, 3 games in a row where Whitehead has had a maximum in a match.
100.
22 more games like that and he'll have a new record.
Simplistic thinking. I like your thinking.
You know why I said it?
100.
It's because he'll watch this back. If he gets a maximum in every game he plays today, he will want it.
100.
I'm sure that was a pretty difficult match for Conan to play in.
100.
Through game 2, Thomas Banks not playing like he can. But you don't get a nickname like the Barbarian
36.
by being
Conan,
merciful.
you require 161. $97.
Well, he's in a strong position here. Well, he could be on the cusp of winning 5 legs without reply at the beginning of this session. Now, we have said that
65.
Chaz has just
Conan, you
began
require
to
64.
build a reputation as a player that perhaps gets off to slow starts in mornings. It's his
32.
first game for
Chaz,
2
you
to Reese
require
Robinson. And
140.
unless he takes out this 140, he's most likely going to be broken in the first leg of this particular contest.
100. Conan, you require 32.
Can't do any more than that if you don't take it out.
Game shot on the
But
first
it makes
leg.
no difference.
Conan Whitehead.
It is an immediate break for the man from the southeast of England.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
16 darts of the opening leg. Conan Whitehead on the board.
85.
Does Conan play with the longest points of anybody here at the Modus Super Series? It's got to be close.
Well, he's played with points that are longer. He has really pushed the extremities as to what you are allowed in terms of point size. He has played bang on the borderline before. Now, the reason that he plays with such a long point is because of his power scoring. First dart goes in. That actually quite a good example, even if the first dart dropped low. That first dart goes in there. It gives him more room in the bed to then hit more trebles with. That's what he builds his game around. He's a power scorer. And when he really does get that going, he affords himself that odd dart or double that he can miss here or there.
60.
There's another example of just how close those points can get together. But not every time, when you compact all 3 darts, do they stay in the board. Chas can tell you that.
97.
Because in his previous visit, he had one heck of a hat stand. A hat stand being where a dart dangles in between 2 that are already in the board.
92. 58.
This must be the 4th time Conan's left this today.
124.
Already.
He's not going to get it. Oh, and that's a slip.
99. Chaz, you require 126.
He seems perplexed. He'd be more perplexed if Barstow hits the bull.
101.
Well, weirdly, if Whitehead had hit the 14 and hit the 25, he would have had this left.
$21.
This one could be
Chaz,
getting away from him.
25.
Well, this would be a steal. But Barstow's
15.
not back on terms.
You require 4.
Do you know what a steal is, Henry?
Game shot on the
That leg
second
is not a steal
Conan
because
Whitehead.
it's 2-0. A steal is what is used by people who use
Third
very,
leg, it's
very
Chaz to
sharp
throw
knives.
first. Game on.
Chefs have steals. And barbarians have swords.
80.
And so far, Conan Whitehead is putting everybody to the sword. 1-4 against Thomas Banks' opening game. 2-0 to the goods here, yet to concede a leg.
43.
Yeah, but he hasn't got a maximum yet.
Oh, you're all about the maximums, aren't you?
121.
We haven't been starved of them. We've had 10 so far, and this is game 4.
100.
This is not the face of surprise, Deacon. Look at who's on the hockey today.
Well, we had grand expectations, didn't we, for this group and for this week? And I think when we
60.
first caught wind of the lineup that we were going to get, we were very, very excited. And look, all the talk prior to this week has been about Bo Greaves. Of course it's going to be. She's a three-time world champion, the best female player in the world. But if Bo Greaves wasn't in this lineup and you gave us these 6 players, not even just in one group, but throughout the course of the week, we would have been excited about the whole course of it.
Yeah, when I looked at this lineup, I thought, if this was a menu, what would it
51.
be?
Charge
This
you
group
require 100.
would be a tomahawk steak. Another. And
Yeah,
Barstow
shot the third
is
leg.
off
Just
and running
Barstow.
in this one with a double-double checkout. There's going to be a lot of human
Fourth
highlight
leg, it's
reel
Conan to the
moments this
reverse.
week from Reese Robinson,
Game
but
on.
don't underestimate just what Barstow's got in his locker.
Turns out the only way to win a leg so far against Conan Whitehead is to hit a 3-figure checkout.
108.
Go on, say it.
4 games in a row. I'm not going to let it go.
96.
This place is about setting records.
81.
Now we had Phil the Power Taylor in the room yesterday. Some of his records will not be broken, but there are records on our slate here that will.
96.
Just a question of who. And that's pretty much the only record that Whitehead holds at the minute.
140.
Conan Whitehead 9 darts down to a ton. The checkout that Barstow took out in the previous leg, and because of that bounce out there meant the finishing
77.
opportunity was off the cards
Conan,
for
you
the man
require
from Winchester,
100.
the Prince of Winchester. But Conan wants a king here, showing
Game
why
shot,
he is the
fourth
daddy
leg,
in this
Conan
building.
Whitehead.
Back-to-back tons in back-to-back legs, and Whitehead leads 3-1, 12 darter.
Fifth leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
He's not even that old. He's not even 40. He can't possibly be the daddy of this place.
Mainly because Barry Copeland's the
60.
daddy. And congratulations to Barry, because he's qualified again. He won the ADC Ireland qualifier at the weekend, as well as 3-time weekly champion Matt Clark.
78.
Yeah, very well done to Barry Copeland. He's a good guy. He's a fighter.
41.
Consequently, Matt Clark lost in the Series 2 final, didn't he, to Raymond Smith?
108.
And there's another one. Whitehead is on it today. But Group A is about sustaining quality.
59.
Bo Greaves might be the favourite for the week. But maybe Whitehead could be the favourite for this
76.
group.
Well, Whitehead's left himself on a finish, and he's going to get 6 darts on 167 to complete a 4-1 victory.
40. Conan, you require
And actually, his
167.
diversion into the treble 5 of the last time is actually the reason why he's left himself a finish here.
41.
Now Whitehead leaves himself on the finish that Barstow narrowly missed earlier on.
108.
Chalk another one up.
Conan, you require 126.
Is this one going to go for the match? Let's find out.
79.
Bullseye is Conan Whitehead's
Chaz, you
favourite
require
double, but he couldn't find it there.
121.
And the bullseye is what Chaz Barstow might need to save this contest. Treble 17 first. That's got. Now the ball.
96.
And that wasn't too far away, but is that
Conan,
the
you
last
require
dart he throws in
47.
this contest?
Knows a thing or two about double 16.
15.
But this time, it's just a little
Chaz,
bit
you
wide
require
and wild.
25.
Just couldn't quite find the angle.
Game shot on the fifth
Angles are
leg.
perfect
Just
there for
Barstow.
Barstow.
Well, he's not getting many opportunities in this game, but when he does
Sixth
have a
leg,
chance,
it's
he's
Conan to the
taking
row
2 from
first.
3 so far on the
Game on.
outer ring.
$125.
Over the summer, we're going to have some rather remarkable darts here at the Live
80.
Lounge in Portsmouth. We announced our Rising Stars event, which will be in August. That'll be post Champions Night.
108.
But when you get to week 7 in a Super Series campaign like this,
36.
this is the run-in, isn't it? You're past the halfway point. This is the downhill where everybody's starting to think £25,000 could be
60.
mine in about 6 or 7 weeks.
Well, if you have a look at previous trends, this is usually the point of the series where the actual series winners begin and tend to emerge. Week 8's had a
61.
couple of winners, including Whitehead. Week 10's had a couple of winners as well. Whitehead
Conan, you
needed
require
136.
136.
And Conan was not throwing until Jack told him that he required it. He would have waited there all day for that call.
60.
Turned out it couldn't be done. Whitehead 76.
100. Conan,
This
you
can be
require
done
76.
various ways. This is the most popular way.
36.
But he doesn't get it done, and he stares at dart 3 as if to say, where was that going?
It's been a useful performance for Whitehead's average
60.
in and around the
Conan, you
90
require
mark.
40.
And now looking to put the seal on it. Double 10.
30.
Moves on the inside. Barstow back
Jazz,
for
you require
164.
164.
I wouldn't want to be the back of Conan's head right now. Conan's got very big hands.
It's been a very hands-on start, hasn't it, for the
Conan, you
Barbarian?
require 10.
Double 5 to make
Game
it
shot
2
and the
wins
match.
on 2.
Conan
And Conan Whitehead is serenely going about his passage so far this morning. It was a professional display to beat Thomas Baggs, and that at times was brilliant against Barstow. And you can tell he really is in the mood today. Yes, he missed 11 darts and a double, but the scoring at times was immaculate. 3 180s in that contest. He beats Chaz Barto by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Jarrett Cole takes on Reese Robinson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Conan Whitehead get the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us is a meeting between Jared Cole and Reese Robertson. Now these two have had a fair few meetings over the last few times they've been here. Both met at Champions Week in the previous series at the end of Series 10. And they go head-to-head again here. Both looking to double up their points tallies. Reese Thompson getting a win against Chaz Barstow to kick off his session. Whilst for Jared, he got the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 1. 2 solid performances from the pair. Both averaged in the
First leg,
high
it's
80s.
Jared
The
to throw
doubling was
first.
decent as well.
Game on.
And I get the sense that we're going to have a little bit of fun with this one. Now, Jared may not be known for his maverick flair, but I just get the sense that the tempo of these two are just going to play into one another's hands.
I think the word you're looking for, Henry, is dovetail. Oh, look what he's done again. Started his first game with a max and starts this one with one as well, albeit with slightly brighter flight.
60.
Yeah, the flights look very fluorescent.
They look brand new as well.
57.
Fresh out the packet. As for Jared, it looks like he's now all settled on his setup now. There was a time where he was doing a lot of tinkering, and if we're being perfectly honest, I think he was doing a lot of tinkering to his detriment. But again, I think it goes back to the point that we were making in the opening game, where I just feel like he's so much more settled in life, and as a consequence, his game has become far more settled.
100.
2 180s for the leg.
Jared, you require 167.
Might be a leg he loses. Bull.
142.
He gave that bull
Reese
one heck of a
require
scare.
84.
And Robinson is very much on notice, and he might even need the bull himself. .68 left. Doesn't need the bull.
77.
Gave it a courageous
Jared,
look at double
require
7.
25.
He was not defensive in that dart whatsoever.
1 for double 12 as usual. Cole MO
1.
unable to
Reese
get.
requires 7.
It is week 7, and he needs 7. Sometimes a bit of a joke in darts. When you score 7.
3.
But that's no joke.
Jared, you require 24.
It's a leg that he may have let slip.
Jared Cole did a decent job of picking the
Game shot on the
pieces up
first
when
leg,
Jimmy
Jared
Vansky
Cole.
missed in his opener, and he's picked the pieces up after Reese Robinson's missed a couple of opportunities.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw
Where things are
first.
going so far this
Game
morning, Mr. Deacon, I think your namesake is going to be replaced by Jared, because Henry the Hoover is now going to be Jared the Hoover,
135.
because he's picking up all the stuff that isn't being mopped up.
To be fair, we did need Henry the Hoover last night because there was a lot of confetti on that
97.
stage in Ross Montgomery run. The first time that Henry's been useful in this building.
60.
That's strike one. What have I told you about being self-deprecating?
57.
Imagine if a dart player did that. Oh, I'm no good. There's better players called Jared.
54.
I don't think there's a better player named Reese. I can't name many, especially with that spelling, because the Reeses that I know in the world of darts
57.
have a different spelling, usually R-H-I-Y-S, I think it is. Reese Matthewson, Australian player.
Reese Griffin.
Reese Hayden.
58.
Reese Colley. Same way.
Are we getting into a...
Leighton Reese.
Yeah, but are we getting
44.
into who's better, Reese Colley or Reese Robinson debate here?
No. I'm scared. I'm scared of both
Yeah,
Reeses.
I don't want to go down that route. That's a very slippery slope.
Plus, if I say Reese Robinson, Reese Colley's brother is a very handy
58.
boxer. Don't want to go down there.
What I am going to say is I like Colley and I like Robinson. I think they're both great.
Have you got splinters on that fence?
57. Reese, you require 136.
Although this guy has got 3 titles. And Colley's only got the 1. But there's still more time ahead. That was a really
56.
peculiar visit there from Robinson. I'm convinced that that first start was a flatty on the 16s. I've no idea why.
100. Reese, you
Tend
require
to learn when you watch
80.
Reese Robinson play. Don't question, just watch and enjoy. Goes tops for the 80. And then perseveres with it.
40.
And then nearly
Jared, you
found a way
require
through.
88.
That's probably the one tops he didn't want. Jared the Hoover. This time he loses
57.
power.
Reese, you require 40.
Should say vacuum, shouldn't I? This is definitely double 10. And he's missing
30.
doubles the way he was at the start
Jared,
of
you
his first
require
game.
31.
He might not have time to recover against Jared. Double 8. This is tricky. He can barely see it. But he can see
Edge on the
enough.
second leg, Jared Cole.
Jared Cole is picking up more pieces than a cleaner at a Greek restaurant right now.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Forget Jared Cole, he's been Jammy Cole so far.
Steady on.
58.
He is the week 12 winner from the previous series.
Yes, and he's told everybody he won't let us forget it.
108. He...
There you go, third back to the match.
This game is not about maximums.
79.
It's about the doubles.
Oh, hang on a second. Maybe don't hang on a
85.
second.
He hasn't got one in this building. I just wonder if he was
64.
able to leave 141 after 6, how he would try and get that 141.
140.
Having said that, Jared Cole has got cheat codes on certain finishes. Remember when he went single 19, treble 17, double 19?
100. Reese require
That
96.
was against Reese Robinson. But usually excellence
56.
is bestowed against this man. In fact, of the joint top 10 highest average in the history of the Modus Super Series, 3 of them have been hit against Reese Robinson.
72.
Because he's good.
Reese require 40. Game shot in the third leg. Reese Robinson.
That's more like it. That's a 13-darter and a break of throws, so he's now back on track.
Well, in
Fourth
terms of the
flag,
scoring
it's
in this
Reese
game,
to
he has
throw first.
completely outpowered,
Game on.
outmaneuvered Jarrett. And if he can just find some kind of radar on the outer ring, he should give himself a plethora of opportunities. Should find a way back into the match.
100.
But there's shoulds, there's coulds, and there's woulds.
140.
We can talk about motivation all you want, Henry. We can talk about different types of motivation. Some dart players just need the feeling of playing well. That's enough motivation for them. Some people need exterior influences,
140.
extrinsic influences to succeed. I think Robinson is just like that.
125.
Financial rewards, trophies, medals. And most importantly for him, it's what the financial rewards do for
100.
his entire life. He's not someone who's going to go out and spend £1,000 on a pair of shoes. He just wants to make his life better
100. Jared, you require
by being a good dart player
121.
and getting the financial rewards from it.
Bullseye.
96.
Well,
Reese
he's
require
had it surrounded about
116.
finding it so far today, Jared Cole, that particular target. Robinson looking at 116. Perfect guy for the treble. Finds it dart 2, double 18. Well, that's
Game
wonderful.
shot on the fourth leg. Reese
Absolutely wonderful from Reese Robinson. And we're back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Jared to throw first. Game on. 140.
Proper game of darts, this, isn't it? And we are not surprised to see it.
60.
I'm glad that you mentioned that Jared Cole hasn't changed his equipment in a while, because he did search for this formula for quite some time.
127.
But it just goes to show, when you find that formula, do not change. If you're looking for consistency,
121.
you need to have consistent aspects. Rhythm, grip, equipment, mindset, preparation. All of the consistency that you seek is based on
96.
all of those different facets. And Robinson hasn't changed much at all in the last 3 years. That's why he's had so much success.
If I'm going to be brutally
Jared,
honest,
you require 130.
Jared spent a lot of time overthinking. A lot of time overthinking small things. He had a very, very poor 12
86.
months. And there's one thing trying to find ways of working things out. Yes, you've got to do that. But there's a fine line between working out what's going to work for you and then overthinking the situation and it being to your detriment. And I think
60.
there was a period where Jared could have been
52.
fell foul to that kind of rule.
Game
He's
shot on
not
the fifth
falling
leg.
foul here.
Jared Cole.
He's showing patience and he's showing poise.
Sixth
Gets his
leg,
chance,
it's
takes
Reese
his
to throw
chance.
First.
And that
Game
was
on.
probably the most comfortable leg he's had in this game.
Yeah, a bit of an off leg that from Reese, but responds with his fourth 180 in the contest. And how many times is he going to kick off a leg for Max?
40.
Well, that's not found a way in. It was in the 60, it bounced out, and the point didn't penetrate anywhere. But Reese Robinson's hitting all the right points, hitting all the right notes.
140.
Went 5 deep.
$59.
Very likely now that we will be seeing a 4-3 game for the first time today in match number 5.
80.
Gotta say, so far we have absolutely rattled through these matches. Been a really, really good day. High quality
58. Reese
session
require
so far.
101.
High quality without hitting the heights. There's still another gear to find.
61.
Even that, as flashy as it looks, it makes sense. Go the 25. Go the bull.
58.
Get the
Reese
bull, you've got
require
single to
40.
double. Get the 25, you can lay up for tops like this. And go 3-3. Sounds easy.
Game shot
It
on the
isn't,
stick
but he's
flag.
done it
Reese
anyway. It's
Robinson.
3-3.
It's method rather than perceived madness.
7th and final leg.
We'll order this
It's
one. We'll
Jared
move on to
throw
4
first.
points and we'll
Game on.
set the early stall out in this particular group.
57.
Just imagine if you've got method and a little bit of madness. That's called entertainment. That was Sid Waddell to a T, that. Method and madness.
59.
Because he was mad. But he was really smart.
Was it that Robbie Williams song was? Let Me Entertain You?
57.
Yeah, one of the most overplayed tracks in the history of the planet. Don't you dare, Henry. I've already got PTSD from me doing that at Lakeside.
58.
And so does everybody working at the 2022 WDF World Championship.
Less said about that, the better. If you dance in the commentary box anymore, I'm going to accuse you of having an electric shock.
140.
It's the worst chicken impression I've ever seen. Someone's going to be dancing in a second. Is it going to be Cole or Robinson?
100.
It certainly won't be chickening out.
Both surnames of former England international footballers, of course. Joe, Andy, and
134.
the goalkeeper Robinson, Paul Robinson.
Famously dropped for Scott Carson against Croatia in 2007.
All right, Stato. I knew you were going to dip in there.
140.
Well, who's going to dip their bread here?
13.
For 2 wins out of 2, it's double 4, and that is superb. And the king of the castle is off to the perfect start. 2 wins out of 2. Shakes his head, maybe not overly enamoured with the performance, but there was a lot to like about that from Jared Cole. A pained expression on his face, but I think he'll be happy with the... Well, he will be happy with the points total he's got, even if he feels that there's more gears in the locker. Coming up next, Thomas Banks takes on Jimmy Vansky.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won. He wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Jared Cole got the better of Reese Robinson by 4 legs to 3, winning the match of a 113. Check out his second ton topper of the day. Next up, it is a meeting between Thomas Banks and Jimmy Vansky, two people that are going to be spending a lot of time with one another this week. Not just are they going to be sharing the stage, they're also sharing accommodation with one another this week. In the same house, assuming
First leg, it's Thomas to throw
that they've got
first.
their own
Game on.
dormitories.
There is a word I didn't expect to hear this morning.
60.
Dormitory. Welcome, everybody. It's the Modus Super Series brought to you in the 19th century.
120.
What books have you been reading over the weekend when you haven't been commentating on darts? You've been reading Sense and Sensibility.
60.
Need to find some sense. Anyway,
Well, you're not going to find any sense in these trousers for Thomas Banks. Where did he get those?
58.
To be fair, the trousers look like they're from the 19th century.
They look like something Andy Hamilton would have worn in 1995.
55.
Yes, that was an MC Hammer joke. Sorry, Andy. He's got better taste than that. But they are a bit out there.
89.
Thomas, they're a bit different. This game is already a little bit different for Thomas.
140.
Just looked a bit unsure in his first game. And I think he'll just be looking to get his first leg on the board so he can build his confidence as the week goes on.
I think Jimmy will be the right muse for him as well. The game will go at a nice pace for him. He'll be able to relax into it.
140.
And already, this
Jimmy
is
require
night and
100.
day in comparison to what we saw against Conan Whitehead.
You used the word
Thomas, you
incandescent
require
earlier,
46.
considering a dart that fell out of tops.
28.
Vansky's had a
Jimmy
dart on the
require
floor
20.
in this leg, but he could still walk away with a break of throat.
Double 5.
10.
Doesn't go, so Thomas
you
Banks comes
require
back for
18.
3 more at double 9. Decides to split 6 double 6.
Game shot on the first
Into the
leg,
corner
Thomas
and
Banks.
into a 1-0 lead is the Bulldog.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I see a young man at the edge of that stage putting too much pressure on himself.
93.
This is what I was talking about with Luke Littler about 2 years ago.
97.
Everybody knows the kind of pressure that man's under because he's world number 2 now and world champion. He's the exception to the rule. We know that now. But there are lots of players around Thomas's age.
45.
Charlie Manby, who we saw a couple of weeks ago. He was fabulous. But the exception to the rule is Littler because of what he's done. But the basic premise
98.
of being a young star and in this sport at this level is still go up there, play.
But the problem is, there's a lot of
60,
people that unfairly
Jimmy
judge
require
other people
170.
Luke Littler's age by Luke Littler's standards.
They do. And that is very much
105.
on them. We don't. We judge Thomas Banks based on what we believe he can do.
41. Jimmy requires 65.
Double top. Level
shot on
game,
the
14
second
darts,
leg,
much
Jimmy
more like it
Vansky.
from Jimmy Vansky.
Did he just give that double top bed a little bit of a stare
Third
down?
leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
He's in a bit of a mood today, is Jimmy.
Almost lined it up perfectly, didn't we? Because somebody in this group invented the Super Series stare down. That was, of course, the governor, Conan Whitehead.
56.
Other people tried. Other people failed. Whitehead mastered it.
108.
So that man is a master in this building, Jimmy Vansky. 3 Champions Weeks and 5 appearances here at the Live Lounge.
I'll make that 19 180s already. This is game 6.
60.
Jimmy had a couple in his game against Jared Cole. Isn't going to further up here, but just going back to the point that
100.
we were making the previous leg, is with people like Thomas and people Thomas's age, forget about darts, but just generally in life. Look, we've both been 18
60.
once. And he's at a stage of his life where he's going to be learning a lot of things. He's going to be finding out a lot of things. And so
140.
I think it's unfair that certain undue pressures are put upon somewhere. He should be playing with the freedom, just going up there, enjoying himself, loving
42.
darts, loving
Jimmy
life.
require 81.
I completely agree with you.
65.
Jimmy's cooking now. His last leg was excellent. This one could be just as good.
Although the good news for Thomas is he's got
45. Jimmy
a
requires
very close
16.
friend in Jared Cole in that practice room. And I know him and Jimmy have had some fun times in previous appearances. They've played alongside one another.
Game shot
But
on the
Thomas
third
Banks isn't
leg.
going to find
Jimmy
this fun
Vansky.
right now because Jimmy Vansky, averaging around about a ton, gets the break and is 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to toss my shovel to the side because I think I'm done digging when it comes to
58.
what we're about to discuss, because you're right about being 18. I was 18 in 1997. No such thing as Facebook,
39.
no X, no Instagram, barely internet usage as the norm. Pressure then was very, very
45.
different. It was secular. It was the street you lived on, maybe the region you lived in. Now, someone like Thomas at the age of 18, pressure can come from
59.
miles away, from people that you don't even know. That's the difference. There's more pressure on young stars these days because of where the pressure
100.
comes from. When Stephen Bunting was 18,
61.
he wasn't under the same sort of pressure. He was the best young player in the world, but he didn't have to worry about pressure from other parts of the world.
140.
Got a very good support network with Thomas. I know he's had a lot of advice from the likes of Steve West in the past that have been
45.
guiding him
Jimmy
in the
require
right direction. Steve and
158.
Michelle have been giving him a lot of tutelage.
126.
That is genius, isn't it? As an approach shot, but if he'd got that second 54, would he have been
45.
tempted
Jimmy
to go bull?
require 32.
We'll never know.
He's a showman. Of course he would have.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jimmy Vansky.
This is a really good performance from Jimmy. And this is in direct
Fifth leg.
conflict
It's Thomas
with
to throw
what happened at
first.
the end of the game against
Game
Cole. He looked, well, for the want of a better phrase, cheesed off.
108.
I love to see that. That right there shows how classy Jimmy Vansky is, because he knows that Thomas has struggled today, and with that maximum, he looked him dead in the eye and said,
100.
that was brilliant. If you don't love Jimmy Vansky as much as us, just ask yourself some questions.
135.
Well, Jimmy knows how good Thomas Banks is. We all know how good Thomas Banks is.
60.
And I'll tell you what, this has been a really proficient leg so far.
60.
And I just wonder the position and the predicament of the match has just allowed him to feel a little bit freer as well. 3-1 down.
59. Thomas, you require 120.
He's in a spot of bother. But he knows that
101.
Jimmy Vansky's in a position where he should win the game from here. And I don't blame him going for the ball off the back of the 1-2-6 there.
Not at all. That was absolutely the right thing to do.
41. Thomas, you require 25.
Interesting. That was
19.
the Scott Williams route for 25.
$59. Thomas, you require 6.
Well, this is really, really troublesome. That's the problem.
Game shot on the
But
fifth leg.
that is the
Thomas
solution. What a shot that was. I'll go for double 3. I'll go for 2-2-2. I'll miss the ball, but I'll take the double 3 anyway. Fabulous.
Sixth leg. It's Jimmy to throw first.
I think the person that enjoyed it the most was Jimmy Vansky.
Just when you think you've seen everything.
108.
We are not being starved of those today, and I'm still hungry. I want more. If you're watching this live on Pluto TV, my word, you're not going to be disappointed with what you're seeing today.
100.
I'd say you're getting bang for your buck, but you don't have to pay a penny. Stream now, pay never on Pluto TV.
56. $42.
Oh, that was an Olympian eye roll there from Jimmy. What's he going to do from 179? Is he thinking 19s first? All 3? Nah.
133.
Could have had a 171 to leave double 4 there, but it's worked out pretty well. And it looks very much like Jimmy.
100.
He's
Jimmy
going to get his first 2
require
points right
46.
here.
Tops.
6.
Doesn't go now, but he has got time. But Thomas, improved performance in this one, and signs towards the end that he's throwing a little
Jimmy
bit more
require
freedom.
40.
But this game could be over. This game is over. Jimmy Vansky's on the board. It was a 4-1 defeat to Jared Cole, his opener, but he backs up a 4-2 win against Thomas Banks. A nice embrace between the pair at the end of that one. And Jimmy, being a supportive friend to Thomas, of whom they spent a fair bit of time with during their travels and times here at the Live Lounge. Vansky, as you can see, a 4-2 winner against Thomas Banks to bring to a close the second round worth of matches. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, who completed the first 6 games on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Jimmy Vansky get his first win, 4-2 against Thomas Banks. But it's Jared Cole that is in control of proceedings, having won his first 2 games. Him and Conan Whitehead both with 4 points to their name. It is the Barbarian from Cole from first to second position. Reese Robinson and Jimmy Vansky, the other 2 winners so far today. Barstow and Banks looking to get on the board. Well, Chaz has got an opportunity to do that here against Jared Cole in Game 7 of the session. These two shared the same train down to the venue this morning, both very local to one another. They managed to get into Fratton train station at around about 20 to 8 this morning before receiving a lift to the venue. But who's going to pick up the points in this one?
Yeah, someone's got to be the king of this castle, which is game number 7 already. Round number 3. And 2 very different days so far for these two.
Game on.
Pretty much faultless points-wise for Cole. Barstow yet to build anything as a foundation.
134.
But you do not have to win your first few games to win a Group A situation. Jemai van den Herik, just a few weeks ago, he lost his first 3 games of the Monday. He would win the group.
95.
I'm going to use that example all series, so get used to it.
The Herik theorem.
It's got a bit of a ring to it. The Barstow's averages of 83 and 80, they're going to have to go up a notch. You and I both know, Henry, how impressive Chaz can be.
134.
We've seen him average north of 110.
And there has been signs the last 6 months that game is getting back. Had 1 or 2 health issues last year, but now very much on the mend, very much back playing the type of darts that he was around about 3-4 years ago when he was taking sets off Michael Van Gerwen, when he was playing regularly on the Pro Tour and going deep in Pro Tours as well.
44. Jared, you require 170.
He's a fan of a 170, is Jared.
Jared, you require 86.
Not that one, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets one by the end of this group, or indeed the week. And Chaz is short of his requisite number 18 to leave the bull. Jared is all about the bull.
30.
At least
Jared,
he is on
you
dart
require
1.
125.
And maybe dart 3. Another showpiece finish.
100.
But he doesn't get the ricochet he
Jared,
wanted.
you require 56.
He was hoping for a nice little kiss of the barrel, couldn't find it, but as Chaz Barstow got a kiss of luck here.
Game shot on the first
He had to rely on his
Chaz
opponent
Barstow.
missing. He did. And then he needed to hit. And he duly obliged there. Barstow 1 up.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
We
100.
mentioned a couple of tournaments at the start of the day that took place. The North American Championship, which was won by Matt Campbell over Jim Long, who actually was
108.
part of a couple of Champions Weeks last year.
He
There was also some action in Coventry this weekend.
57.
The England Youth Grand Prix took place. And Taylor McGuigan. I hope I said that right.
140.
It actually might be McGuckian. He picked up the victory over the weekend. And the girls, it was Casey O'Connor, so well done to those
81.
players in winning very valuable points over this weekend. There's a plethora of tournaments happening this week.
105.
Not just the Polish Darts Masters, but there's more Asian Tour stuff in Singapore. You've got various stuff happening across Europe in qualification for European Tour events, and a lot happening in Japan this week. Oh, it's another missed single from Barstow.
44. Jared, you require.
Is he going to be made to pay for it?
The bullseye. It's finally found off the back of a combination for Jared Cole. And that is his third sub plus checkout of the day.
Third
and
leg,
that gets him back on terms.
Game on.
No tournament in Hungary then?
Miraculously not.
100.
Yeah, you got the Japan Open on in Chiba. They've got a lot of tournaments happening this week in Chiba.
119.
Including the very well-named Bud Brick Memorial. Defending champion, Yukiya Sakaguchi.
83.
That'd be a great tournament to be at. And this is something, and you might wonder why I'm bringing this up, but
174.
if you can get yourself to an event in the Far East, like Korea, Singapore, Japan, it's like a totally different sport.
140.
A lot of these players, like Cole, like Barstow, they've gotten used to playing in places like England and Germany and the Netherlands.
38.
Get yourself out your comfort zone and see if you can be better or just as good as you can be in another part of the world.
138. Jared, you require.
Cole's got a baby
170.
fish. Apparently he doesn't like big fish.
Well, it'd be a bit greedy, wouldn't
64.
it?
Chad, you require.
Nothing
40.
wrong with greed in sport.
Double 10.
20.
Jared's
Jared,
already
you
had
require
3 ton
106.
toppers. Is he going to add a fourth to the mix here? What's a beat for a breaker throw? He's going to get a dart. A double 18.
Game shot in the third leg.
Well,
Jared
he is
Cole.
pincher in chief today, is Jared Cole.
Fourth leg. It's Jared to throw first.
He's had a ton plus checker
Game
in
on.
every game now. 100, 113. Now that one.
2 in 2 legs.
81.
It's halfway towards the usher.
100.
If you start singing Usher, I'm walking out. So don't even get any ideas. Thanks, Chaz. Great 180. Let's move on.
96.
Well, he certainly would say yeah, wouldn't he, if he was able to achieve the feat. But talking about feats.
135. 60.
If he's not careful, he might be talking about defeats. And not with darts like this.
150.
Wow. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't. That's what this game is all about.
100.
They are
Chaz, you
so
require
comfortable with
36.
each other, these two. He decides to leave double 4, but this
Jared, you
could be
require
a
164.
mountainous hit from Cole, if he can find it.
Oh, no. No, no, no.
124. Chaz, you require 8.
If that went, Chaz Barstow would have been
Shot
less
on the fourth
offended if he
leg,
punched
Chaz
him in the
Barstow.
face. But the double 4 goes and we're level at 2-2.
Fifth leg. It's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
I've just been thinking about something you said in a previous leg, Henry, about Chaz Barstow. His best run
86.
in Players' Championship events, it is quarterfinals. He made 2 of them.
58.
His last one, funnily enough, in Coventry. That was back in July of 2021. Was that really 4 years ago?
Yes.
That day he lost out to Jose de Souza. Jose averaged nearly
96.
107 against him. But de Souza was on fire back then.
57. $100.
This is good stuff from Barstow. It has to be.
100.
You just get the feeling that Barstow needs to get to the finish first, and he needs to make sure that Cole has limited opportunities at the double.
45. Charge you require 158.
At least he's got 6 from this position.
40.
That hasn't worked out very well. This is where Cole could strike.
60. Charge you require
But
118.
he won't like his last 6 darts. Doesn't miss the single this time.
98.
But does open the
Charge you
door
require
ajar for Cole. This is a
142.
big ask, though.
$95. Charge you
So we
require
establish
20.
the ascendancy in the contest.
Check 78. Charge you require 20.
He's had a bit of joy in this double today. And there's
Yeah,
more joy
John
there.
the fifth,
3-2
just
Barstow.
Barstow.
He might be getting off the mark points-wise. I mentioned the fact that these two will know each other very well.
Sixth flag. It's
They're not
Jared
just
to the
England
reverse.
teammates.
Game on.
They're actually county teammates and play in the same ADC vaults
100.
together as well.
$38. $135. $134.
You know what, this game's got me thinking. Because yesterday we had Painter against King, didn't we?
Yes.
Former
99.
England teammates. So there's that dynamic of playing against a teammate but in singles.
97. Jared, you require 167.
The script is being flipped. Every now and again, you're going to have to beat someone that you
94.
genuinely like, respect, and call a teammate every now and again.
And just like that, Natasha Bedingfield
100.
track, that script is still unwritten.
Jared, you require 73.
Double 16. And that one misses,
57.
giving Barstow a chance
Jared, you require
of those
52.
first 2 points of this group at Jared's expense.
And it just bunches things up a little bit. It gives Coda Whitehead the opportunity to move clear at the top of the table. But for Chaz Barto, all he'll care about is getting on the board. He gets the better Jared Cole. And for Jared, that's a first defeat of the morning. For Chaz Barto, a first win, a 4-2 success, and a really good performance. Everywhere you look, 3 180s, 40% on the doubles, average in excess of 95. We'll be back for more action after the break. Game 8 is a meeting between two players that have made the biggest game that we have on offer here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Former series runner-up Jimmy Vansky takes on a former weekly champion in Conan Whitehead. And before we get underway, Jimmy having a couple of words with Jack Garwood, our referee. It seems these three are enjoying each other's company on the stage, but it's going to be down to the serious business before too long. I'd say I'd like to listen into the conversation that the trio are having, but probably best that we don't. I'm not sure Ofcom would like it too much.
You're presuming they're both talking in English. They could both be
First
talking in
leg,
Dutch.
it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
We do have multilingual dart players here at the Modus Super Series. Not all of them hail from across the channel.
60.
Steve West, of course, is fluent in Dutch. But they do tend to do languages a little bit better over the channel, don't they?
96.
Get a lot of Belgian dart players here, Dutch dart players, German, French, and they can speak 2 or 3 languages rather easily.
120.
And that's why playing this game is a language in itself. It's like Klingon. If you're in it, you can speak it.
Well, clinging on something that Conan Whitehead's not doing. In fact, he's dominated proceedings so far today. Comprehensive win against Thomas Banks, 4-0 in his opener. That was for a 4-2 win against Chaz Barstow.
45.
Averaging about mid-80s for the day. Dublin could do with a little bit of polishing up, but the scoring power is there. And Paul Nicholson sat alongside me in the commentary box, and he's looking at 180 records for Conan Whitehead.
.58.
4 games in a
You
row
require 150.
with a maximum. Is he going to make it 5? I think the biggest problem that Conan's got in this game is that Jimmy really has started to switch on since losing his first match today. He lost 4-1 to Cole. He dropped the doubling ball,
Jimmy require
but he very much
56.
picked it up after that.
Game shot on the first leg.
And even
Jimmy
though it takes him
Vansky.
3 dots to take that one out, he still looked very confident in getting it done.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Well, this is the mercuriality about Jimmy Vansky. For such a laissez-faire character, sometimes he does need that proverbial kick up the backside to get him going.
140.
Well, that's definitely word of the day, isn't it? Mercuriality.
Now then, Nico.
41.
Are you ready for Monday's tungsten teaser?
Oh, go on then.
Said with all the enthusiasm in the world for everybody's least favourite segment.
57.
So, you've been looking at Conan Whitehead's 180 stats in terms of consecutive games of 180. This is the question I'm going to ask you. What is the all-time record for most 180s hit in a week? Do get in touch with us. It's at MSS Darts. No surprise who the player is, but how many did they hit?
140.
Well, seeing as the question is how many, who did hit the most? Mr. Littler?
140.
Yeah, shock horror.
Jimmy require 164.
We'll have a stab in the next leg.
It's another Luke Littler stat update. Beep, 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 beep.
60.
Whitehead does not want to get a maximum here.
.45.
He might
Jimmy
be losing
require
touch in this one.
104.
Vansky is finding himself on doable numbers after 12 a lot of the time now. That has not sat well in the board. That was just a little wobbly. And I think he was tentative on that second dart. I don't blame him at all. But he will be back for 48 and a 2-0 lead.
72. Jimmy require 48.
For 2-zip. 2 16s. Now this is precarious.
32.
He almost found a way through.
Conan, you require 63.
Oh, this would be a bonus. Very much a bonus. Take it and run, Conan.
Conan Whitehead.
Or run and take it. Because that one was a bit wobbly as well.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Okay, I'm going to go with 55.
You, sir, are incorrect.
Was that close?
90.
Depends what you mean by close.
Was that close or not?
What defines close?
Was I in the same ballpark?
What defines the same ballpark?
Oh, stop it. You've lost me. Don't care anymore.
You didn't care to start with.
Actually, I did. You misread the room.
95.
Well, there's a shock.
Strike 2.
100.
Don't make me go full Leslie Nielsen on you.
Who?
Oh, get out. If you don't know who Leslie
56.
Nielsen is, he's from Police Squad, Naked Gun.
What?
Moving back to the darts. Clash of generations in the commentary box.
Anyway, don't call me Shirley.
100.
I'm going to give you what I gave 2,500 people in Wolverhampton in 2008. I'm going to give you a big shush.
And you would have done everybody a favour.
43.
Oh, Jimmy hates that visit. Where does Whitehead get this maximum from? It's not here.
100.
You can only get to 100.
158.
He tried this earlier. And again, he doesn't get to the bullseye, but does find his way to 32. I'm loving that approach shot.
Tops for what would be a second ton checkout of the day for Conan.
Game shot on the
And
third
it goes
leg. Conan
2-1 of
Whitehead.
these. Doesn't give Vansky an opportunity to break.
Second consecutive combination shot as
Fourth
well.
leg. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Jimmy was thinking, after the way he started the match, I can dominate this one. Conan is pretty hard to dominate.
100. 100.
They're gone to the days where every dart player would wear black trousers. Conan seems to be more comfortable in the grey. Wasn't it nice over the weekend to see our friend Stowe Bunce
94.
playing at MSG? I know that things haven't been particularly easy for the Bunce family recently.
140.
But if anybody deserves to play in front of that crowd, it's Stowe Bunce.
Well, we've had the privilege of spending time with Stowe and his
100.
family over the
Jimmy
last year or so,
121.
and they're really, really good people. Really good people, and we wish them all the very best.
81.
Well, Vansky with that bullseye over the last leaves himself tops after 12.
That felt a little bit backwards, that approach shot. He had 121. He started on the 11, then he got the 20, then the bullseye, which leaves the double.
$40. Jimmy, you require 40.
That's one way to leave a finish. But he shouldn't get a look at that. And he
Game shot on
doesn't.
the fourth
Because this
leg,
time,
Jimmy
the tops is
Vansky.
plumb.
13 dart. Really good performances from Jimmy Vansky. Averaged around about the 95
Fifth
mark
leg,
at
it's
this
Conan to the row first.
present moment in
Game
time. Back level we are at 2 apiece. It's actually a bit of a gap in terms of the averages between the two.
87.
Round about 10.5 points.
$140.
You wouldn't have seen the big wrestling match on Saturday night because you were here doing the Women's Week 4 finals.
I've also got better things to do.
140.
All right, settle down. I do have a point. Yeah, John Cena versus Punk in Saudi Arabia.
100.
Fabulous spectacle. The crowd were incredible. But look at the flights of Whitehead. Very Punk, aren't they?
58.
Very, very Punk. Not quite Johnny Haynes. But the fact that he's from
100.
Raynham. Is that right?
Yes.
He's made, and that you could call it RM Punk.
Colin, I won't recommend it. The last
100.
guy tried to go along those lines. It didn't quite work out
161.
for.
Now, if Whitehead were to get 76 with his first 2 darts, he'd have a shot at tops to lead 3-2.
Conan, you require 116.
But he's going this route because he likes double 18.
80.
Super close.
Jimmy, you require 66.
Well, this is a key exchange, isn't it? Whitehead's missed a dart to lead 3-2. Vansky looking to break and then have the darts to win it in the next. Double 6.
54.
Doesn't go. Whitehead will come back for a
Conan, you
double that he
require
likes.
36.
Understatement of the year. He
Game
loves
shot
it.
on the 5th leg, Conan Whitehead.
Even though it's not in the middle, he adores the result.
6th leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
It's funny, you and I have seen lots of Conan Whitehead games here, and every now and again, he likes to give it back to certain opponents who give it to him.
100.
This one is very, very different. The respect is as thick on the stage as a cake.
92.
And it's nice. This is a nice game that we play.
100.
We're going to have a very respectful Group A and Week 7 for that matter. But every now and again, somebody is here to upset the apple cart. And there it is. It's game 5 with a maximum. So the streak is on.
140.
However, Vansky with that 140 puts himself in charge of this leg. Looks like we're destined to go to a decider for the second time today. The only previous match going 4-3 was Jared Cole's winning against Reese Robinson.
25. Jimmy, you require 121.
And he's got 6 from here, so probably head down 25 first. Goes the treble 20, gives a double 18, and that would have given us parity.
He needs a treble if he wants to leave a finish.
21.
Fires
Jimmy
it through the
requires
posts,
36.
but still doesn't get what he wanted.
Splits didn't even entertain double 9 with Whitehead, not on a finish.
20.
But he did so quickly. It's as if he was looking at the split even before the dart landed in the single 18.
57.
Never question
Jimmy
the mind of a Dutch
requires
dart player
16.
because they think faster than most.
Game shot on the
3-3
6th
it
leg,
is.
Jimmy Vansky. 7th and final
This
leg.
really has
It's
got a
Foden
heavyweight
throw
feel to this
first.
game. I love it.
Game on.
These are 2 of the most successful players that this place has ever produced. And it could be the last game of the
6.
week. I'd be surprised if Jimmy is not in the final game of the week. Because let's face it, how many times has he
100.
been in the last game of the week? Every time since his first visit.
140.
Three singles titles,
93.
one pairs title for Jimmy Vansky in this building. He's going to be back here at the end of August, partnering Danny Van Tripe. Now, actually, I saw a photo on social media the other day. There is a player taller than Jimmy Vansky. Now, there was a picture of Danny, Jimmy, and another
58.
player who was 7'2".
Who is this player?
6.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
Dutch start player?
Yes.
It's not Vincent Campos then, because I think he's 6'10". Probably knows Vincent really well, because
Conan, you
I
require
think he's from the same areas
141.
of the Netherlands as Jimmy is from. But this game might not be won by Jimmy.
90.
That is a very, very valuable bullseye. That takes Whitehead to single to outer ring combination to get this one. To be undefeated after 3
Conan,
in
you
this
require 51.
stacked group. He needs to burn another one.
19.
I just wonder
Jimmy, you
if
require
missing that
92.
single could cost him this game. Which shot do you want us to talk about? Vansky has made a habit of shots like this over the last 18 months.
At times he might be flamboyant, but he has made a career here of keeping cool under pressure. Now, he has found difficult bullseyes like this to win matches in the past. He's going to need to find another one here. And he does find another one.
Jimmy Vansky.
Well, I can tell you now, that was a dart based more on muscle memory than anything else. He would have seen nothing of that target. But he managed not just to find the bullseye, but find it dead centre. And he gets the better of Conan Whitehead in a last leg decider. 94 average, 4 from 13 on the doubles. Much more like it for JVS. Coming up after the break, Reese Robinson takes on Thomas Banks. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs, a very average in excess of 94 to claim his second win. It means that no one's going to have a unblemished record in Group A. Third game of the day for Reese Robinson and Thomas Banks, and both players have made some changes going into this one. Thomas Banks has changed his shirt and Reese Robinson has changed his flights back again. And I've been told in my ear that Thomas Banks is on for a 9-darter in practice because he's gone 180, 180. I'm just going to have a look outside the window here. Does he go 141? Now that is a big 20. It doesn't happen.
First leg.
But he did hit double 12 his last practice dart.
Game on.
Anyway, to the serious business, and it's Reese Robinson to get us underway. Looking to get what would be his second win of the session. Lost out 4-3 to Jared Cole last time out, despite hitting 4 180s in that contest. For Thomas, there was
36.
signs towards the end of his second match against Jimmy Vansky that perhaps he's just playing with a little bit more freedom. And again, I look at Jimmy and I thought that might be a good news for Thomas in terms of the pace, the way the game's going to be played. And I get the sense this one against Reese as well, because of the way Reese is and because he plays this game in such a relaxed manner. I think it's the type of game that he can settle into quite nicely.
You would like to think so, that's for sure. You do play your best brand of darts when you are feeling comfortable. It's as simple as that.
59.
That's what you need to be working on in between tournaments and even in between games when you come here. It's working on feeling as comfortable as possible when you do play. That doesn't mean that it's just throwing darts. It's about breathing. It's about getting fresh air. It's about doing everything right to make sure that when you toe that oki, you are ready.
$121.
I'll tell you who's ready, though. Ready to pop. Again, is Raymond Smith.
96.
What a weekend he's just had in Australia. We'll get into that in a second. Double 18 for Robinson.
57.
Press pause on that.
118.
Tops.
88. Reese require 36.
Is he going to use that one? He couldn't. But he finds the leg anyway. That's a great dart at double from Reese. But yes, the ADA,
Second leg,
Australian Darts Association, had their first weekend of tournaments over in Oz. All 4 tournaments were won by Raymond Smith. My word, that's impressive. The likes of Ben Robb and Tim Pusey and Stuart Coburn and all the other gang
100
who decided to go. None of them could stop him. What a weekend that is. Shades of when Bo Greaves joined the women's series a couple of years ago in Hildesheim. She won all 4 on her debut.
She won every single game on her debut weekend. We're going to see her again on Thursday night as part of our Group B offering.
Yeah, nice to see Mason Whitlock making the trip all the way to Oz as well. Playing against the likes of seasoned veterans like James Bailey, Billy Aitken, Robbie King, who is not really a seasoned veteran, but he has played here. Robbie's been around for a few years.
Yes, Robbie King, who famously played a game of cricket against Jared Cole.
Oh, that's right. He's a good lad, is Robbie. Loves his darts. Has played at the Worlds as well.
Yeah, I remember when Robbie was over, as I say, the Ashes was on at the time. We did a little fun skit about the cricket, and the week that he played, after the session was completed, all the players headed to a local establishment to watch the end of the day's cricket. I can tell you now there was a little bit of sledging in play Now, for Thomas,
74.
it's just becoming very difficult for him. And
well, the demeanour of Robinson has
95.
changed. Reese is a human being, and he's been through his ups and downs in this sport as well. And when you see someone struggling,
83. Reese require
it's hard to ignore.
126.
able to find the big treble that he needed to give himself a dart at the bull. But Banks is back here for this 82 to level up at one apiece.
82.
I have a bone to pick with someone, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it next. We'll see what happens
42.
with Robinson on 38 first.
Well, this is
Reese's last score was 58.
For 2-0 lead in this contest.
So he's on 68. Let's see what he does on this
68.
number. Double 16.
52.
Just shy. Now,
Thomas
Banks
should
has
require
hit tops
40.
in this match already, but not to win a leg. He has won the leg right there.
Shot on the second leg, Thomas Banks.
I don't even think he's sure how. Now I'm going to get this off my
Third leg,
chest.
it's
I've
Reese to throw
watched Thomas
first.
all morning.
Game on.
And I've seen him, especially on his first start, closing his eyes. I sincerely hope that is just a reaction to some of the things he's going through at the minute.
135.
If somebody has told him to do that on purpose, I am furious. Because that is not how you get through something like this.
27.
We like to pride ourselves here at the Modus Super Series on being very responsible broadcasters. And for that reason,
57.
it is our duty of care to make sure that Thomas Banks is all right, that his darts will go in the right direction, and our responsibility this week is to take care of this young man.
60. $59.
I we said a little bit earlier, the one thing Thomas does have is people that he gets along with, people he knows as close friends in the likes of Jared
95.
Cole that he would have spent a lot of his childhood around in a darting sense. And those people, you get the sense, are going to be very important for Thomas this week.
128.
Absolutely right. You can't go through this sport alone. People have tried. It doesn't work.
59. Reese require 122.
If you're telling someone to close their eyes before they throw a dart, it's like saying to an agoraphobic, why don't you close the curtains?
$50. $10. First start doesn't count. Reese requires 72.
Yeah, the referee's got a responsibility as well. Reese's responsibility is to win this leg.
48.
Not yet, but it is very likely.
Yeah, it's one of those horrible situations where the rules still have to be applied regardless of the situation. And I've got to give credit here to Reese Robinson. Look where he stood. He has stood as far to the back of the stage as possible,
42,
giving Thomas Banks
required,
the
24.
time and the space that he needs at this present moment in time. And I think the utmost respect's got to be paid to Reese, the way he's dealing with
Reese
this
Robinson.
situation. Sometimes I think he gets a little bit of a bad name because the way he goes about things, but the Mr. Must-See stuff, the human
Full
highlight
flag,
reel
it's
things.
Thomas to throw first.
But I tell you what, everybody so far is paying Thomas the utmost respect, and we've got to pay Thomas the utmost respect here because this cannot be easy for him one bit. But he is trying his absolute heart out.
The only
41.
people who can understand what he's going through right now are the people who've been through it. Pim van Bynen, Mark Webster, Mark Welsh.
6.
Anybody who plays this game who's been suffering with a word that I can't even say. But what I am going to say is that people who have suffered with said affliction, they have improved because of it.
Well, we're going to see a young man in Harry Gregory at the Rising Stars Suite. Now, I was in commentary with Matthew Edgar around about a year ago when he played here last, and he really, really did struggle. Maybe on a scale worse than this, but he's taken some time away and he's managed to get things right. And
46.
And it's a difficult one because you don't want to keep mentioning what's happening. But it's also possibly even more irresponsible if we just deflect upon it.
We have responsibilities as broadcasters. Reese has got a responsibility as the opponent.
30.
I recently lost a friend of mine called Paul Smith
41.
from Northumberland, an absolute titan of darts in the Northumberland area. And he had these kind of troubles. They didn't stop him.
60. $100.
You were talking to Reese this morning about 3 double tops. He's not going to do it here.
No, he's going to pay the utmost respect to Thomas Banks. He's not going to do anything to rub it in the face right
17.
now, is he?
Reach you require 120.
There's a time and a place for things. This is not that time.
$100.
And you could tell Reese Robinson's not enjoying this one bit. And it's one of those horrible scenarios where
She required 20.
Reese, by getting the job done, actually is almost putting the misery out of things.
$10.
That is a tremendous
Reach
visit.
required
My
10.
word, that's impressive.
Game shot on the full flag.
I love that double
Reese
5,
Robinson.
but I really admire what Thomas Banks has just done. Changing the target to change the mindset
flag,
just a
it's
little
Reese to throw
bit.
first.
That shows how mature he is.
$128.
I can say hand on heart right now because I don't play a lot of competitive darts these days by choice. If I could give what I've got left to somebody else to help them, I'd gladly give it to them right now.
75.
That is not something a human being can do. But if we could, I'd say take it, young man.
38.
I think you should focus on the 19s for a while. It's plainly evident that the treble 20 is not a source of comfort right now.
Well, Kevin Painter played in the Champion of Champions yesterday. And one of the things that he's been doing to combat his own issues has been playing on the 19s. And he has had times where that first dart, if he's struggling to get the dart up and he's struggling to release towards the 20s, he'll go down to the 90s because it's just easier to pull down than it is to go up. Obviously, there's certain situations where you may not because of the numerics of the situation, but by and large, you are able to do that, and maybe it'll just ease the issue a little bit.
Second dart doesn't count, right? 117.
Second dart didn't count.
Reese,
it's
you require
fortunate that the dart didn't count
141.
was actually the one that was the single 20.
Robertson to get the job done isn't going to take out the 141 on this occasion. Banks is back
65.
here for 105 to bring it back to 3-2. It would be a break. It would return the game to throw.
$30. Reese requires 76.
Like Henry mentioned, there are times you can be merciful in this game. This is that moment.
Double 4.
Game shot and the match.
Ultimately,
Reese
that
Robinson.
game was 2 points for Reese Robinson against Thomas Banks. And do you know what? Reese Robinson's shown a lot about the human being that he is in that particular game. He showed Thomas Banks the absolute utmost respect and fair play to him. That's the tale of the tape from that one. Next up, Jared Cole takes on Conan Whitehead. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Reese Robinson got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. That ended the third round of fixtures. Round number 4 kicks off with a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Jared Cole. These two looking to move on to 6 points in the group respectively. Won their first 2 but lost out in the last round of fixtures. Jared losing 4-2 to Chaz Barto, whilst Conan Whitehead went down in a last leg decider 4-3 to Jimmy Vansky. What happened there?
First leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Something's perked up both players. I don't know what.
Who knows what these dart players do in their practice darts? Not everybody can do what John Worsley did when he celebrated hitting a 9 with 9 practice darts. Sorry, John, it's not a 9 darter. It's just 501 points in 9 practice darts.
41.
I hate to be finicky about it, but I think most people would agree that a 9 darter is when both players are on 501 and one of them takes out 501 in 9 darts when the referee has said game on. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Bet you're fun at parties.
108.
It's all fun because it's 6 games in a row with a 180 for Conan Whitehead.
60.
If you're going to invite any dart player to a party, who's first on the invite list?
Jimmy Vansky, not even close.
93.
Whoa, horsey.
Next question, please.
I didn't have another one. That was it.
140.
Well, here's one. Who's going to win this game?
The player who gets the 4 legs first.
Oh, all right, Captain Obvious.
100. Conan, you require 95.
Whitehead looks very, very hungry.
76.
He looked very, very brilliant up until
108.
dart 3 was just a little high.
And his gaming is Jimmy Vansky. These are the opportunities Jared Cole's reduced to. He won 2 legs with 2 tub plus checkouts. He's not going to find the 108 here.
76.
Jared's finishing's been okay today, but there has been spells where he's been comprehensively outscored. And against Conan Whitehead, that is usually the case wherever he goes. He usually outmaneuvers his opponents in the scoring stakes, but sometimes it's the finishing that can be a fallibility for him.
Double 16's not hit.
16. Conan, you require 19.
And it's not going to lead to who wins this leg. Double 8.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
what was
Conan
supposed to
Whitehead.
happen last time.
Second leg, it's Conan to
You're
throw
always
first.
running a risk of losing matches and legs
Game on.
if you bust your score. But to be fair to Conan, that 92 finish from Jimmy Vansky
140.
in their previous game, there wasn't much he could have done about that. I know he missed a dart to win the match, but that was a sensational finish from Jimmy. Probably the best one of the day. Something has got Conan looking fierce. He's cutting the finger of someone who's been to the local bakery and they've got no sausage rolls left. Look at that, knocking the dart out of the way. And then glancing one past. To a darting novice, that's a good 140. To anybody who watches darts as much as we do, that is a world-class 140. Followed by an impressive 1-2-1.
Conan Whitehead.
Whitehead's in the mood.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Well, Jared Cole needs to rally back here.
140.
Because a good start to the day could be very quickly cancelled out for him. Loses this one, it'd be 2 wins, 2 defeats, 4 points from his day going into
26.
his final match of the session. But this is a much better leg from the King of the
139.
Castle.
Any idea where he gets that nickname from? I've never asked him.
So, story behind the nickname. When he was a kid back in Hertfordshire, he used to
140.
play youth tournaments at a venue called the Castle. He used to win at that particular venue week in, week out. Somebody
42.
then jokingly said, well, you're the King of the Castle, and the nickname has stuck ever since.
As far as darts nickname stories go,
60.
that's not the worst. At least it's got a story.
129.
We don't need to ask Conan why he's called the Barbarian. That's pretty self-explanatory.
So Jared looking at
you
51
require
to
51.
get on the board in this contest. Double 16.
Game shot on the third
14
leg. Jared
data,
Cole.
back to 2-1. Jared looking for back-to-back weekly titles here, and when he did pick
Fourth
up
leg,
his
it's Conan to the
weekly
first.
win last time out,
Game on.
it meant that he could buy a new sofa for his new house.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Motivations.
121.
Extrinsic stuff. That can be a motivating factor for winning. You said yesterday, Richie Burnett wanted to win
125.
yesterday because he's skint. Ask many a dart player if they've
50.
had motivations when it comes to the financial rewards. They all have. We used to say about James Wade that if he wanted a new car, watch out because he'd win a tournament.
45.
And he usually would. Do you have something in your rearview mirror, or possibly just
140.
ahead of you, that is so motivating that it gives you that extra little bit of pep in your step? That extra bit of motivation to get up and practice that day. Maybe Jared has that right now.
And in fairness, if he got it from DFS outside the sale, he might need to win another week to break even.
83.
You might need a dining table. They don't come cheap.
Well, he's been dining at the top
98.
table for a
Conan,
number
you
of
require
years, hasn't he,
107.
JC? But Whitehead looking at the 107 to open up a 3-1 advantage.
Classic Whitehead.
99.
Go on, Jared. Show him how it's
Jared,
done.
you
Get two of
require
them.
100.
I wasn't kidding.
44. Conan, you require 8.
To establish the two-leg
Game
gap.
shot on the fourth
Double four
leg.
is found.
Conan Whitehead.
This is pretty good from Whitehead. Great response after his first loss in this group.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Just
Game on.
proving that when
45.
you are going through troubles, no matter if they're long-term troubles or short-term troubles, it's how you respond to those troubles.
85.
That's how you are defined. What is it Batman said?
100.
It's not who I am that counts, it's what I do that defines me. There's your little dose of comic book philosophy for the day.
It's not my favourite superhero, though, Batman.
Don't
93.
you dare. I've got to put up with this guy for the next 2.5 days.
43.
Somebody help me.
That's right, Glenn Dolan will be when he sat in this chair on Thursday.
$28.
Just a little bit of a reprieve here for Cole. He's someone who can put spells together.
57.
But this is very much a marathon format this week.
100.
He's got to try and keep Whitehead away from something doable. The way to do that is to get 140 plus here. Very well done.
140.
He's got the shot to keep Whitehead at bay. Now, is the 19s the best play on 195? That is very much up for debate.
100. Jared, you require 116.
He's had 4 ton plus checkouts today. Is he going to add a 5th to the collection? May need to save this match, and tops his clip just above the top wire.
95.
How many double 19s does Whitehead need? None. Does he want to go 9? No, he doesn't. He wants tops.
75.
Just underneath, and
Jared,
so Cole will come back
40.
looking at double top to extend the game furthermore. 2 10s.
Game
3-2.
shot on the 5th leg. Jared
Whitehead
Cole.
forced to serve this contest out. Cole keeping his cool
6th flag. It's Conan to
in
the
the
reverse.
furnace
Game
heat of the Modus Live Lounge.
So what you're saying is Whitehead
60.
is not King Cole.
I've got to put up with this guy for the next 2 days.
100.
That's a joke you didn't even get, Henry. Well, unforgettable it was.
Shall I go back to the darts?
That was a bit of a hat tip to anybody who was born in the 1930s.
92.
They'll remember Nat King Cole. I
91.
love that. That's so intelligent. And it should be used more. I don't know why it isn't. 17s on a 1 dart switch is exactly what you need to do when you've got 0-1 at the end of your score. It's exactly the right thing to do.
59.
Notice how he didn't do it there? Because he didn't need to.
97.
With intelligent thinking like that, he should be a spotter, shouldn't he?
$91. Conan, you require
And then again, he
112.
uses it when he needs to. He's just so smart at it. But the smartest here could be Whitehead. He is staring
52.
at a 4-2
Jared, you
victory.
require 160.
However, Jared Cole's got the most famous 160 in this building. But he's not going to find it here, and so Whitehead will come back
100.
to
Conan,
complete
you
a
require
4-2
60.
win. It will move him on to 6 points in the group. It would temporarily move him top of the group.
40.
But Jared Cole being
Jared,
presented
you
with another
require
chance.
60.
Whitehead knew that wasn't in. The moment it left his fingertips. This is a horrible blocker. Penny for the
on
thoughts of
6th
Whitehead
flag,
because we're
Jared
going the
Cole.
distance now. If he walks away with 4 points from his
7th
first
and
4
final
games,
leg. It's Jared to throw first.
he's the one who's going to be
Game on.
incandescent. Talk about these young stars coming over from other countries and they know where the lens is. That's Whitehead's lens.
44.
Might as well just call it Conan Cam.
$140.
You've got to name something after the original champion. Just name the camera after him. You got Richie Burnett's speaker. He hasn't won a series yet.
43.
Speaker and screwdriver now. In case you're wondering, the Richie Burnett charity giveaway is
78.
available outside the local amenities. He is one-off character, isn't he, Richie?
Always has been.
I thought he was going to do a raffle at some point
100.
yesterday. It'd be the only auction where he gave stuff away for free.
Oh, that's an
140.
incredible 140 once again. Forcing Cole to get a max to leave a finish. And he does.
108. He couldn't require 143.
This game has got a fabulous climax coming up. Whitehead is hoping that it is
97.
not him
Garage
lumbered
require
on 46
134.
with another brilliant finish to take him out.
Well, this to get 6 points on the board. 46 for
94.
Conan Whitehead, the former champion.
46.
And a bit of a blip in the previous one, but looking to get back on track. And
Game
back
shot,
on track
unmatched.
he is.
Conan Whitehead.
He was made to work hard for it in the end by Jared Cole, but over the line he is. A 4-3 winner is the former champion, the first ever champion here. Whitehead 4, Cole 3. Coming up after the break, Thomas Banks takes on Chaz Barstow. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to Pluto TV and to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Conan Whitehead get the better Jared Cole in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 11 is a meeting between Thomas Banks and Chaz Barstow. Thomas looking to get on the board. As for Chaz, he did get on the board in his previous match, his first win of the day, and it was a good performance
First
against
leg, it's Thomas to throw
Jared
first.
Cole. Average of
Game on.
95.29, 3-1-80s in there, 40% on his doubles. Everywhere you looked, it was fairly impressive for Chaz.
That was the best average of the day as well.
97.
When you look at all of the metrics, you mentioned the 3 maximums. Nobody's played as well as Chaz did
57.
in Game 7. 40% on the doubles as well. And if you can maintain something like that over the next
121.
2.5 days, you won't be far off that top spot.
I'm getting the sense
81.
with Chaz in terms of a Group A is he'll get better as the day goes along. It's almost as if
43.
he can model through the first couple of games of the session, it may not be at his best, but he can maybe just nick a few points here or there. He'll put himself in the equation. But I feel like it's going to be the
81.
early games, the opening couple of matches in the session, which will determine whereabouts he finishes up in the group, because you expect him to end the day strong.
84.
Based on how things go in ADC vault competitions, you've got to play very short format stuff. But if you can kick in
57. Thomas, you require
after a couple of games,
156.
you can have a lot of success. We've already mentioned the fact that
34.
Barstow's played an awful lot of ADC stuff in his area because he lives very close to Jared Cole. If you go to Winchester or Chandler's Ford or
55.
anywhere around
Thomas,
there,
you require
likelihood is
122.
a tournament's going to be won by Barstow or Cole.
Well, he effectively took on the stewardship of the England captain, didn't he, in the absence
82.
of
Chaz, you require
Scott Mitchell at the
170.
Six Nations. Is Barstow going to find a brilliant fishy finish?
105. Thomas, you require 40. Game
Nothing
shot on the
fishy about
first
that.
leg. Thomas back.
Banks finds the double 15 and he takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
You've still got me done on big fishy finish. I can see that going up in most chippies now. I'll have the big fishy
82.
finish. Plenty of salt and vinegar, please.
And a bit of lemon.
40.
Ooh.
You don't have lemon on your fish.
No. Can of worms firmly opened.
108.
Fish with lemon, yeah, get it. Fish and chips, keep the lemon.
100.
Don't be bringing the lemon to the fish and chips.
$108.
It's like bringing a 26 to a 180 party.
134.
All right,
Chaz,
Charles, take a 59 and you show him. No lemon here. Chaz Barstow is not a lemon. He is just brilliant.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
That's possibly the weirdest segue of our career.
41.
No, there was one a couple of weeks ago, which you won't go into.
140.
He really does have this ability, doesn't he?
140.
When he finds that sweet spot of turning this game into an absolute mess of brilliance.
57.
I remember some of the games he used to play in Southampton, especially in Group B. He used to play Paul Hogan quite a lot.
43.
And there were a couple of occasions where he took Paul Hogan apart. Doing things like this.
140.
Yeah, Chaz Barstow and Paul Hogan in Southampton were less Cinderella, more
75.
Canderella. It was more,
Chaz,
they would
you
only
require
get out when it was
164.
midnight, as opposed to the pumpkin, or the carriage turning into the pumpkin. The pumpkin turned into a carriage.
94.
Yeah, this is very tidy from Chaz. Lost the first leg, but since then, most definitely the better player.
45. Charge requires 70.
He misses the single. He was very
30.
conscious of hitting the centre of the single and blocking the tops. He is going to come back.
22. Charge require 40.
Tops of Barstow.
Game
2-1
shot on the third
Barstow.
leg. Chaz Barstow.
Did you know that Barstow was a place, Henry?
Excuse me?
Fourth leg. It's Chaz to throw first.
Barstow is a
Game on.
place. I wonder if that's got anything to do with his name.
99.
Yeah, Barstow is a city in California. It was made famous by the Fast and Furious franchise because one of the leading characters, which appeared first in the second movie, came from Barstow, California. And that's where the original Paul Walker character came from as well.
135.
Now, Thomas are doing what we were suggesting that Kevin Painter has been doing and finding the treble, a little treble 20, a little bit
140.
uncomfortable, so running for cover on the 19s and running for cover effectively.
This game can be played and it can be
76.
won many different ways. How many times have you walked into a darts venue, and I'm talking about, 15 to 30 years ago,
108.
where somebody doesn't focus their attention on the treble 20 the way that Chaz Barstow does. You'll see that one guy in somebody's darts team wearing a suit jacket, possibly a flat cap, using feather flights and old darts that are probably 50 years old, but he concentrates on the 19s.
42.
And he constantly hits the treble. Beautiful dart. Double 8.
66.
He will return. You don't get many dart players like that anymore. With the jacket and the cap. And the 19 focus.
58. Charge requires
Bring it back,
16.
I say.
The last bloke who wore a jacket on stage was Jan Dekker.
You don't want to wear a jacket today. It's way too hot for that.
12.
Yeah, conditioned commentary box is okay.
Yeah, check you out over there with your air conditioner and your lemon.
71. Charge require 4.
Double 2.
Game shot on
And
the
it's 3-1
fourth
to
leg.
Barstow.
Chaz Barstow.
Can't believe you called me a lemon.
Fifth leg. It's Thomas to throw
You brought it
first.
up.
Game on.
Been called much worse, I suppose.
I get the feeling Thomas is changing
19.
his approach here, just trying to get a little bit more freedom. Throwing the dart a little bit further towards the end of the barrel so it comes out of the hand a bit easier.
59.
As a result, it's going in the board a lot flatter.
$81.
This game really does prove something, doesn't it?
121.
That Chaz has got a game face. His demeanour has not changed from dart
96.
1 to now. He lives in his own little sphere. And that is what we're all
66.
trying to achieve as dart players. A sense of ignorance as to what's going on around you so you
58.
can just play the best brand of darts that you've got.
Well, he's rallying on. He looks like he's about to rally home here, Chaz
140.
Barstow, on the cusp of back-to-back victories. Good performance, this.
57. Charge require
Average
115.
in excess of 90. Treble 19 leaves the double. The double isn't
77.
found.
He has a little bit of a dilemma when he comes back. Based on how he attacks the board
41.
angle-wise,
Charge required
this should be a
38.
split, but it's not going to be.
Game shot and the match.
Why need
Chaz
to
Barstow.
split when you're going to hit anyway? And Chaz Barstow gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. Decent performance that from Chaz from a numerical perspective. Average of 92.66. 3 180s in there. 4 from 11 when it came to his doubling. That was very handy from Chaz. Jimmy Vansky and Reese Robinson is up next.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Chaz Barstow got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. Next up for us, it is a meeting between Reese Robinson and Jimmy Vansky. This the final match from the 4th round of games on this Monday afternoon. Now, this is how the table looks going into that particular contest. Conan Whitehead leads the way, 6 points to his name. Thomas Banks, the only
First
player about
leg,
to win.
it's Jimmy to throw
Everybody else
first.
is on 4 points. Robinson, Cole, Barstow and Vansky. So the winner of this one will move on to 6 points respectively. They will move joint top of the table with Conan going into the final round worth of matches. And Reese Robinson does actually take on Conan Whitehead in game 14 of the session. Vansky will finish up the show against Chaz Barstow.
60.
I've got nothing more to show. Ho, ho, ho.
It's not even Christmas, Henry.
108.
But you could have said we'll see more of those before you go.
Oh, you weren't here for the tungsten teaser last week, were you? We did a Christmas-themed tungsten teaser about swans.
24.
How many 180s did Luke Littler get, by the way, in that week?
65.
108.
That was only 10 out then. And Jimmy hasn't missed a trick. He's gone back-to-back 180s for 2 more.
Yeah, you missed the partridge in a crab tree.
140. I
was trying to
Jimmy
get you off that topic.
81.
Potential 11 darter incoming here.
12 would do.
49.
Quite a few more. Might still be fine. Jimmy really has played well since his first game. Well, he didn't even play that
59.
badly
Jimmy
against Jared Cole. He just missed a bucket full of doubles.
Game shot on the first
Hasn't
leg.
missed a great
Jimmy
deal of them
Vansky.
since.
Second
I'm going to
leg.
be fascinated to see his
first.
doubles statistics by the end of the day. 1 from 17 in his first game. Then 4 from 13. And 4 from 13 again.
128.
This is a very tight group. You've got 4 players on 4 points and 1 on 6. Not much is going to change at the end of this match.
140.
So if you take Thomas Banks out of the equation, everybody is very much in the fray.
94.
But what could have been different is if Jimmy was just a little bit more accurate on the outer ring. He's the one who could have been just a little bit further ahead.
Well, so far in this contest, Jimmy Vansky has looked like a peacock that's getting his feathers out.
28.
He does have this way, Vansky, that when he's playing well, he shows the world he's playing well.
125.
He's not the only player who likes playing at this place. Most of the people he's trying to beat in this group will say the same.
55. Jimmy
Whitehead once called this place his
136.
second home.
Well, Jimmy Vansky has made many a
100.
friend in his trips over to the live lounge.
100. Jimmy require 36.
Wasn't happy with the way that dart was reacting.
Game shot
I
on the
don't think
second
Reese is
leg.
going to
Jimmy
appreciate that one
Vansky.
either. Jimmy Vansky really is starting to motor.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Foot on the throttle, average of 115 and 2-0 to the good.
135.
And disappointed with a 135 the way he's playing. Can you imagine being as tall as Jimmy is and how difficult it must be to get a card?
140.
It's not like he's going to go out and buy a mini. You've got to buy something that is functional. It's going to have to be really, really big.
108.
As big as the 180 shooting he's got. My word, he's scoring heavily here.
Put it this way, he's better at a game of darts than he is at hide and seek.
Yeah, but he'd make a killer draft excluder.
62.
Was a basketball player as a younger man before taking up darts in his teenage years.
45.
He's halfway towards a 2-pointer here.
134.
Score
Jimmy require
105 here.
141.
Leave 36. That would be classified as a layup.
Fancy this to go. Fancy it to
shot on the
go.
third
And
leg,
he duly
Jimmy
obliges. This is a special performance so far from Jimmy Vansky. Not just
Fourth
is it the
leg,
best
it's
of the
Reese
week
to
so
throw
far,
first.
but if he can get this done and get this done in very short order, it could be amongst the best we've ever seen here. Average of 116.74. He's in a different stratosphere.
128.
It's now brought up to the extremities of 118.66, which is the exact average that Phil Taylor had when he broke a world record against Kevin Painter at the UK Open back in 2010.
92.
It's rubbish now, only 114.
That's why you should never talk about a big average after
59.
3 legs. Because you have 2 measly visits like he's had here at the start of leg 4, and that average plummets.
100.
We've seen people do what Jimmy's doing right now and lose.
100.
I do wonder what
45.
kind of ceiling Jimmy has. I'm not talking literally here. I'm talking about the level of performance. What kind of number is in there? Over best of 7, maybe best of 11.
Reese, you require 136.
He's definitely got a 112 in him.
I'd go higher. I think he could genuinely break the 120 barrier here. I think he's that good.
56.
He's not going to break 120 if he takes 150 out, but he would break Reese Robinson's spirits.
And no player's been hit with bigger averages on more occasions than Reese Robinson. Is it going to happen again?
114.
If so,
Reese, you
that would have been the
require 80.
4th time in this building Reese Robinson would have had an average of 111 or in excess hit against him.
He knows this has got to go.
Game
That
shot
is
on
an
the fourth
incredible
leg, Reese
dart.
Robinson.
Seriously impressive. Like clearing Beecher's Brook without even flicking a leaf.
Fifth flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
I get the feeling these two would get along with one another in a practice room, you know.
80.
2 very different areas of Europe they're from. I don't want to dig into it too much, but Humberside is a very working class area.
55.
Full of hard-working people. Breda is a beautiful town. Full of incredible architecture.
108.
Oh, this game is just full of those.
That's 180 number 4 for Jimmy Vansky in this particular contest.
134.
I implore a yogurt company to sponsor Jimmy, because then we could all start our day with some fresh berries and some Jimmy Van Skia.
Oh, God.
I'd buy that. Really good for you.
Well, for Jimmy Vansky, it's a performance you can very much buy into, average of 113.29. This is one of the all-time great performances on this stage, but he's not going to round it off with a 141 again.
100.
Ironically, a 14 darter
50.
could bring his average
require
down.
41.
But once again, Reese Robinson's on the receiving end of it.
Game
For the
shot
4th
and the
time
match,
in this
Jimmy
building,
Vansky.
Reese Robinson has had an average in excess of 110 hits against him. 110.55 in the end for Jimmy Vansky. 4 180s, 4 from 6 on the doubles, a 141 checkout. Whatever you look at, it was impressive. He gets the better of Reese Robinson by 4 legs to 1 into the final round of fixes we go. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it's Thomas Banks up against Jared Cole. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're into the final round's worth of fixtures. And before the break, Jimmy Vansky with an average of 110.25, 4 180s, 4 from 6s doubles, 1 for 1 checkout. Absolutely dismantled Reese Robinson by 4 legs to 1. And so that win puts him on to 6 points alongside Conan Whitehead, the former champion, who is top of the pile because of his superior legs difference. Cole, Barstow, Robinson, all with 4 points in their name. Thomas Banks without a win on this opening day's worth of play. His final chance to get something on the board comes now against Jared Cole, who is looking to make it 3 wins out of 5. 6 points from his opening day, which in a group which, as expected, is tightly conjoined at the top, it would give him room to manoeuvre going into tomorrow's play. Now, Thomas Banks has got rid of the compression sleeve that he had on his throwing arm. I wonder if that's going to make a difference as he takes on Jared Cole, somebody who's been a good friend, a good mentor to him.
$58.
So apparently this is a game where you don't believe in the sleeve. Okay, let's go down this rabbit hole, shall we? Because there's a lot of young stars these days. And this is something we're going to talk about in Rising Stars Week in August. It is very, very easy to see someone who is successful and think that doing the same as they do will give you the same sort of success. I couldn't agree less.
48.
Darts is full of people that think if they try something because somebody else has it and it works, that it will give them what they want. It doesn't work that way. You've got to do what's best for you. I'm going to start with the shoes. The shoes that a lot of these young stars wear, it's purely because they were worn by
59.
likes of Chris Dobie, Luke Littler, Nathan Aspinall. Nobody was wearing them until those guys were. And now everyone's got a
54.
pair. It's a fashion trend. It's got nothing to do with successful darts. Absolutely nothing. The sleeve works for Richie
45.
Edhouse, doesn't mean it works for anybody else. That's an example for you. And what Jared Cole has done
100.
is he's had this tinkering period where he's tried to figure out what works for him, but he has not been influenced by anybody else. He's been trying different bits of kit, and when he finally found the formula,
119.
he stuck
Jared,
with it
you
because it
require
works for him.
170.
It's not about anybody else or following a trend. That's just a little bit of me on my soapbox.
58. Thomas, you require 113.
Dual 18. Gives himself a dart at double top, just
93.
underneath.
Jared, you require 112.
And a dart to win this opening leg. Cole looking at 112.
Perfect lie. He threw that one
60.
so well. And how was that only
Thomas, you
60
require
points?
20. Ten. Jared, you
Thomas had a couple
require
of things on his
52.
mind there. One was trying to hit the double 10, and one was trying to stay behind the mark. Now with a marker, and he
Games on
uses
the
it. That
first
was a
leg,
bit
Jared Cole.
unconventional, but it worked.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw
Jared's going to
first.
find it the most difficult
Game
to play
on.
Thomas today. Undoubtedly.
59. $35.
If you were in Thomas's camp, what would you be saying to him tonight? What
60.
words of wisdom, what words of advice would you give him? Or do you just almost sit back and just let him try and figure it out for himself? What's the balance in this particular
139.
situation?
The first thing people need to do with Thomas is listen. I could level criticism very easily, but that is not my responsibility. The responsibility for this young man is to allow him to tell people how he's feeling when he's under the lights like right now.
42.
And then you figure it out one step at a time, 1 hour at a time. With feelings, you look at
60.
the right ways to move forward. Some things are not quick fixes. They can't be fixed overnight. It's really important to
43.
listen first and then establish how to move forward.
Because I can imagine, look, you've played on big stages, you've won major championships.
134.
I couldn't know, and probably 99% of the people watching this broadcast at home probably doesn't know what it's like to be on that stage. And you know, you've got people like us talking, commenting on it, when you've got people at home watching
Jared, you
every single thing.
require
I can
88.
imagine that is not an easy thing to go through when your game's not in a great place.
This is a lonely game without having any sort of affliction.
80.
Which I actually think, the way that Thomas has dealt with it, not once has he let his head drop. Not once. Look, there's been obvious signs where he's been a little bit frustrated, but he's never let that ball over. And I think that says a lot about the
25.
character
Jared,
of Thomas as an
require 8.
individual. We've been very fortunate to spend time with this young man, and he's a very, very nice lad. Very nice lad.
No score. Thomas, you require 157.
Wrong treble, unfortunately. Means that Cole, missing 3 darts at a double
47.
prior to this visit,
Jared, you require 8.
means he's coming after double 4, and probably not a bad thing. Because he's not come back for double one.
4. Thomas,
But he
you
might be
require
coming back for double 2
110.
next time.
Still on. Channel 19 would have left a dart at the ball, not to be on this occasion, and so Cole
42.
back
Jared, you
for double
require
2
4.
to make it 2-0.
No score. Thomas, you require 68.
24 off leaves 44. Double 16. That
Shot on the
is
second leg,
bravery.
Thomas Banks.
There's no other word in the English language to describe that checkout more.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw
Pat on the
first.
back from his opponent,
Game
because
on.
that was gutsy. Really gutsy from Thomas Banks.
96.
You know, there's a saying, the hardest thing to do is step foot in the arena.
93.
Sometimes things happen in sport that gives us proof that that is exactly the case.
That's a bit like talking about retirement, isn't it?
140.
I think you were talking to Scott Mitchell yesterday about the longevity of Richie Burnett. Scott's answer was,
91.
it's easy for Burnett to constantly get into the arena because he loves the sport so much. For some other people,
57.
they just don't want to anymore. Because they don't have that fire. If there's one thing we've learned about Banks today,
57.
that fire is not flickering, it is burning. Because if it wasn't, he'd have crumbled by now. I'm looking at the positives here, and there's a positive in any situation.
26. First one's disallowed. $100.
I know Thomas is going through the mill a little bit here, or should I say a lot, but he's still very much alive in this game.
39. First one gone. Jared, you require 160.
Well, this could be the spark for Cole. He needs to
Game
find
shot on
one.
the third leg.
And the
Jared
160 could be exactly that. There's no doubt he's found it
Fourth
tough
leg,
going
it's
so
Jared
far
to
as
throw
Jared.
first.
But his
Game.
fifth ton plus checkout could be the moment that swings the pendulum in his favour. 5 ton plus checkouts of the day. Now,
100.
usually when we're sat in this seat and we talk about Jared Cole, we talk about a man that scores for fun, but yet struggles to kill off legs. Well, today has been an antithesis of that. Hasn't quite had the scoring
41.
power or the prowess that we've kind of become accustomed to, but his finishing, particularly when it's been important, has been there.
60.
It's not bad, averaging 1 ton plus checkout per match. So if he were to set something like 15
68.
for Group A, he might not be that far away. His issue in this group, though,
60.
is that if he were to have a bad start to tomorrow, or even if he lost this game,
58.
it's Whitehead and Jimmy Vansky who are starting to create distance between themselves and him already. He must keep tabs on those two.
100.
Because they're two players that are absolute front runners. Once they get away, you expect them to be away, to be in the distance.
And Jared's route to a weekly title was not
43.
by winning Group A. It was by being in the bottom 3 and then getting through Group C and then trundling
45.
into the semis where he found his best form on the Saturday night.
Yeah, a lot of time he's here. It's better off not bothering Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Did hit a 9 darter though.
91. Jared, you require
Did
136.
Andrew Hamilton finish bottom of Group A, then won the week. And we'll see Andrew Hamilton again at Champions Week this time around.
64.
I like how you're going for the full Andrew Hamilton trick.
Andrew Hamilton, Tedward Everett. So everyone's got to have their own colloquial names around here.
100. Jared, you require 72.
Tedward.
Sounds like a rip-off Irish band. Anyway, double top for Cole.
32. Thomas, you require 100.
And Banks get the tops. No, but he can get the tens.
80. Jared, you require
Really
40.
sensible play. The first dart fell flat and he had a perfect guide for the trebles, unable to find the double 10. Cole looking at tops of 3-1.
Game shot on the full
That
flag.
tops is
Jared
hitting
Cole.
very well for him today. And he's a leg away from completing his day with 6 points on the board.
Fifth flag. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Cole's leg difference is getting a very good jolt. If he can break in this leg, he can go to +4
99.
with 6 points overnight. Jimmy Vansky's still got to play Chaz Barstow.
108.
That's not a gimme for Jimmy.
81.
Thomas might not be playing the darts that
45.
we all expected him to play today, but my word. This ability to try and figure it out, it is Herculean.
85.
He genuinely has the heart of a lion, this kid.
$100. $96.
Well, leaves himself on a finish, but Jared Cole now looking to apply the finishing touches to this contest.
119. Thomas,
Yeah, trying to find the garnish for the ex-chef. However, well, that would have been super different.
27.
Imagine
Jared,
if
you
he'd
require
gone
57.
out on double 13 and a 140 checkout.
Double top.
37.
Well, this time it doesn't work out
Thomas, you
for him.
require 113.
Banks looking at 113 to reduce the gap to 3-2. Not to beat. And so Jared Cole has an opportunity to end his day with 6 points.
39. Jared, you require 20. Game shot.
His day
and
is
the
done.
match. Jared Cole.
And he beats Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. It's not a bad first day for Jared, who 24 hours ago wasn't even supposed to be here. But he gets himself to 6 points, which is more wins today than losses. A great deal of respect on the stage between those two very close friends. But it is 4-1 to Jared Cole.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. fighter, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jared Cole got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. Game 14 is a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Reese Robinson. For Conan, he can end his day with 8 points on the board. Be a very good return for the Barbarian. It would mean that the worst case scenario would be a share of the tie at the top of the group, provided Jimmy Vansky beats Chaz Barstow in the last. But the way these games have panned out, there
First
is
leg,
a
it's Reese to throw
possibility
first.
that we could have a number
Game
of
on.
players tied on 6 points in this group come the end of today's proceedings. Because if Chaz Barstow and Reese Robinson win the last 2 games, all of the top 5 will be on 6 points.
I think that would be a pretty fair reflection of
Six.
the day, but the day isn't done yet. That's just speculation.
$85.
Reese Robinson really does keep you guessing, doesn't he? Starts the game with a 177. Back comes Whitehead.
108.
Hallelujah. It's game number 7 with a maximum. Which means it's going to go into tomorrow.
Yeah.
81.
Don't you dare burst my Whitehead bubble. 7 games in a row with a maximum,
85.
and it's
Reese
only
require
18 more to go
158.
to break the record. If he breaks it this week, you're going to be glad I brought it up so early.
74.
Well, the maxi for Whitehead of his previous turn and the last 6 darts have been almost
127.
perfect.
Reese require 84.
That infuriates a dart player at this level. Any level. You get the hard bit and you miss the single. Bullseye for Robinson.
Game shot on the first leg. Reese Robinson.
It's just really impressive, isn't it? What a great first leg that was from both players.
I'll tell you one thing, this
Second
game
leg,
could
it's
be a
Conan
potential
to throw
bull-off
first.
between these two
Game
because
on.
both players have a penchant for the middle target on the board. Every time Conan Whitehead has 50 left in hand, he will go for the
100.
bullseye. Simply put, he said it on record, it's his favourite double. So if it's your favourite double, you're going to go for it regardless of the circumstance.
And I can understand why it's his favourite double.
60.
Because there's nothing sweeter than a bullseye finish. If it's the double that gives you the most joy,
100.
why wouldn't it be your favourite?
I've seen it with Brian Mann doing everything possible to leave double 13.
76.
Brian's a little different, though, isn't he? He thinks about darts a bit different to all us normal
85.
cats. Only someone who's a little bit different in their headspace would get a 180 tattoo mid-tournament. Just like Jimmy Vansky.
I was going to say, I'll let you tell him that.
108.
Maxi number 2 for Conan Whitehead.
That's 9 for the day now.
36. Game shot on the second
And
leg.
a picture-perfect
Whitehead.
double 18 to boot. One of the reasons why he's going to be towards the top of the
Third
table,
leg,
if
it's
not
Reese
at the
to throw
top, is
first.
because
Game
the
on.
departments that he is noted as being strong for, he has found today. Scoring and double 18.
108.
Somebody is going to have to get Jack Garwood a lozenge. Or a throat
95.
massage.
Well, it's lucky he's called Gob, isn't it? He's carrying on, though. He's carrying on.
140.
It's probably a good thing for you, Deacon, that he didn't hit that 9 darter, because that would have been repeated. And then everybody would have heard you say Jack should have been called Gob.
He is called Gob.
Not by everyone. I call him Jacques. I give him a little bit of French flair.
Ooh la la. Anyway, Reese Robinson's on for potential 11 darter here. This game's been really good.
55. Reese, you require
Yes,
41.
it is. And it's not even at the halfway point yet. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Reese
Exceptional.
Robinson.
Proper darts. And when you're in a Brahma
Fourth
like
flag,
this,
it's Conan to throw
you
first.
don't mind.
Game on.
Begging. Begging. Begging for a max.
108.
All right, Charles Dickens. That's what it sounded like. I suppose it's right, because Charles Dickens
58.
is from Portsmouth. Oh, sorry, he was. I don't think he's walking up and down London Road right now,
82.
begging for a max.
Well, we did have great expectations of these
134.
two, and please, sir, we want some more maximums.
140. $137. Conan, you require 99.
So 99 for Whitehead to level this game back up at 2 apiece.
$43.
We've actually hit 40 maximums for the day. We've still got a game to go. And half of this one.
4 180s in this contest after just 4 legs.
62.
Well, about to come
Conan,
to
you
the completion of the
require
4th leg
56.
anyway. 104 and 108 the averages right now.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
Whitehead
flag.
levels up
Conan
at 2-2.
Whitehead.
What a game this is. And I tell you what, the last few matches, we really have seen the standard get raised. We
Fifth
saw the
flag,
110 of
it's Reese to throw
Vansky. We've seen
first.
some good
Game on.
stuff from Barstow. And we're seeing a barnstormer here.
I tell you what, if you were going to make a cocktail of this game,
140.
you just take a bit of Whitehead and a bit of Robinson, shake it over ice, and you call it a humdinger.
$100.
I'd order that with a little bit of dry ice. Because he's the man who's got the little bit of flair.
128.
But then again, Whitehead's got a little bit of flair as well, isn't he?
$36.
Conan's just unequivocally him. Does his thing, does it his way. Undeterred whether you like it or not, he'll just carry on doing his thing.
Did you notice at the recent US Open
28.
golf that an American reporter asked Rory McIlroy if he could choose to be any other golfer from history? He said, I don't want to be anywhere else.
140.
And the reporter said, well, if you could. And Rory's response was, I don't want to be. He just completely shut him down. My point being, I don't think Conan Whitehead would swap his life for anyone's.
64.
He's happy being him. And we're happy him being him. Like an NXS track, don't change.
100. Reese, you require 140.
60 tops. Well, that was the dream. For Whitehead, he'd like 2 bulls with a 25 sandwich.
60. Conan, you require 125.
This is a Conan Whitehead signature shot. And he'd go for the second dart of the bullseye because he will do anything possible to leave it.
53.
Well, the thing is, the
Reese,
lie
you
was so
require
good.
80.
Just wasn't able to find it. Once and twice.
On the
And it's
fifth leg,
3-2
Reese
Robinson. This is like your favourite 70s
Sixth leg,
themed
it's Conan to
nightclub.
throw first.
Full of
Game
flares.
on. 58.
The greatest thing about this fixture, it's going to be game 2 tomorrow.
And just for younger viewers, when Paul Nicholson mentions flares, he's talking about shoes and not
43.
pyrotechnics.
Flares were actually trousers. Not shoes.
43.
Well, that made me look stupid, didn't it?
It's all right, you weren't born.
70.
Give it another 10 years and they'll be back in fashion. In fact, I think bell bottoms are back in fashion now.
Mullets are back in fashion. Well, I wouldn't say, well,
125.
they're around again. Better be careful as to whether I say they're fashionable or not.
I want to see Conan Whitehead in a pair of flares. Make it happen, Shirley.
43.
That's the better half of Conan Whitehead, of course, who will be very close by this week, I'm sure.
33.
Might even be doing something with the beautiful weather this week, akin to what Kurt Parry did a few weeks back when he brought the family and stayed at the very local Hailing Island.
140.
Well, family has been the inspiration for Conan, and without that, he wouldn't still be playing the game now. That was what he said after he picked up that title 3 years ago. Well, that's another max. Add it to the collection. That's number 4 for Whitehead, 5th in the game all told, and we look like we're going to be heading all the way to a last leg decider.
95. Conan, you require 62.
So do we? That's the question. Of
It's
course
on
we
the
do.
6th leg, Conan Whitehead.
This game has been so good to watch, and we are very happy we're going to get a 7th leg.
7th and final leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
He's loving this game, isn't he? Maybe as much as we are.
I just think this stage gives him a freedom to be
100.
expressive.
Other stages come with a lot more pressure, don't they? Lakeside, Ali Pali,
140.
Minehead. Maybe even that new fancy stage at Bradmore Farm. Have you seen that thing?
Oh, it's beautiful.
What a construction that is.
140.
And Bradmore Farm is now becoming pretty much the home of the ABC. But they have constructed this facility in Aylesbury, which is just to die for.
140.
Well, Robinson better poised to win this game. Whitehead needs a couple of troubles to leave himself on a finish.
95.
But not that one. And
Reese,
so
you require
Robinson's got 6 to 1,
121.
2-1 to wrap it up to get the job done and to end his day with 6 points, and it means the table will be so tightly wrapped going into tomorrow's action.
80,
that makes a lot of sense. He can go for double 17 if he wants, but had he hit the 25, he would have been on a single to double combination.
34.
And Whitehead looks beaten.
Is he beaten? Splits, 2 double 16. But he cannot apply the finishing touches.
You require 146.
Just imagine the scenes if this goes in. What does he want to do? 19s? I just get the feeling he was a little bit unsure as to which route he wanted to take.
95. Reese require 32.
Well, this to round it off. Double 16 for 4-3 win. Double 16's found, and it means that Conan Whitehead will stay on 6 points and Reese Robinson will move on to 6 points. And there's a possibility that come the end of the day that everybody apart from Thomas Banks could be on 6 points. But what a contest that was. Littered with maximums. Excellent finish. There was only 2 darts missed at a double throughout the course of the match. Coming up after the break, Chaz Barto, Jimmy Vansky round the day off. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to kick off the final match of the day, and it's a meeting between Chaz Barstow and Jimmy Vansky. And do you know what? I've got the feeling here that we might have saved our best game for the very last, because if you actually look at the peak level of performance today, these two have been right at the very top of it. Jimmy Vansky with the best average of anybody, 110.25 against Reese Robinson last time out. But the Barstow performances the last couple of games, they've been handy. 95, 92, decent enough finishing. If these two go at the type of level that they have done over the last couple of games, we could be in for a little bit of a treat to end the first day's play in Group A.
$140.
Well, if you like a lot of chocolate on your last game, join our club. You've come to the right place.
96.
I agree with everything you've just said.
131.
Because this really could be good for a lot of different reasons. Pace, ability, confidence, timing.
81.
There's no reason why this doesn't go 7 legs, with both averaging mid-90s plus.
100.
I think technically Jimmy has improved over the last 18 months. Since winning in Romania at the start of last year, I thought his first visit here, he was a little ragged technically, but he really has worked on that. 5.
120.
The first near miss in a
124.
quick-fire contest.
And it could be a game where mistakes like that could be punished to the hilt. Bullseye for Barstow.
Game shot on the
punished
first
to
leg. Just
the
Barstow.
hilt. Why are we surprised?
I'm not.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
A finish worthy of an England captain, you could say.
Don't tell Mitchell.
100.
Who selects that England team?
108.
Whoever does might be watching this thinking, is there any way we can leave this guy out of that squad?
140.
I'm not sure there's any reason.
He's getting towards the gears that he was in a few years ago.
78.
He definitely is. I have to concur with that. A good Barstow is a headache for everyone.
And by the way, the year he's having, he could be very profitable come the end of the year in the ADT system, because he's in and around the running for the Tour Championship finals come the end of the year, and he could find himself in the Global Championship, and he's going a bit berserk here. We said this could be the best game of the day. It's currently living up to the hype. That's an 11 darter from Jimmy Vansky. We're level at 1-1. The averages are off the Richter scale at this present moment in time.
Game on.
Level at 1-1, and the averages, Chaz Barstow 117.38, Jimmy Vansky 129.71. This is absolutely bonkers, Paul Nicholson.
44.
Not the first time I've heard my name and bonkers in the same sentence. But this is in a good way.
57.
Borderline unsustainable brilliance. Or is it?
140.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy got off stage after beating Reese Robinson thinking 110?
123.
Quite disappointed with that average. I thought I played better than that.
Well, prior to that visit, both players are averaging 119 in excess towards the end of the third leg of the contest.
I'm going to pay Chaz as big a compliment as I possibly can. He is a modern-day Ronnie Baxter. He's no nonsense, unflappable, side on a dress point with the dart, thrusts it forward, vastly talented.
44. Jimmy,
And
you
he could
require
do
158.
just as much as Ronnie did in his career, which is a lot. But does he have the time? Is Jimmy Vansky determined to get a 158 with 254s and bull this week?
80.
He's not switching the ammo. But Chaz Barto could be ramping up the ammo here. Double 10.
70.
Well, Vansky
Jimmy require 104.
was hit by the 1-2 forward Barstow in the opening leg of the contest. Is he going to hit back with a ton topper of his own?
Does not get a shot at a double.
56. Chaz, you require
Chaz
10.
does.
Game shot.
Chaz tingles the ivories and gets himself to 2-1 up.
Full flag. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Call him the prince. You might as well call him the king. He's got the same name as the king.
58.
And he's not called Peter Wachuri or Mervyn. He's called Charles.
130, sir.
Yeah, there's too many kings around this place.
Has he got a best friend named
41.
Dave? Chaz and Dave. That one went so far over your head, it might as well have been a 747.
81. $108.
Some 180s are so good they don't need words. They just need silence.
140.
They are knocking 7 bells out of each other, these two. And it is just so good to see. It's like a UFC fight that's going to round 5.
50.
Does this have to be just best of 7? Because I could watch this all day. Can we change the format? Best of 7 sets as opposed to best of 7 legs?
59. Jimmy require 164.
We always say that leg 4
84.
is the big turning point in games like this. Double 12. Oh, it's the wrong bed, opening the door for Vansky. And if he takes this out, we're going to best of 3 to end day 1 of week number 7. Is it another classical Vansky kill? He was undecided.
6.
And he almost got it right.
Chaz, you require 14.
For 3-1 and full control.
Game shot on the full flag.
Barstow is a leg away from ensuring the top 5 players are all tied on 6 points going into Tuesday's action. You couldn't have picked a tighter group on paper. And at this present moment in time, it is playing out to type.
You're right, Henry. If Barstow wins,
96.
he goes to 6 points, like everybody else apart from Banks. And if that's the case, I haven't seen this many 6s since Chris Gale in his prime.
96.
I thought you were going to go Carlos Brathwaite then. Remember the name.
99.
You're comparing those two at the crease right now. We're going to have a cricketing conversation at some point. Chris Gale is an absolute behemoth.
60.
I'll go one further. Lance Klusner. That guy was a brute for South Africa.
96.
He could knock a ball 150 metres.
Right at the minute, it's Chaz Barstow that's
97.
knocking Jimmy Vansky out the park. Playing him off the park. Well, we said that this was going to be some contest to end the day. It's played out that way. Chaz Barstow now on the cusp of a 4-1 win, which would ensure that everybody apart from Thomas Banks is level on points.
Let me eat my words, because I said Chaz Barstow was not a Group A player. He very much is.
And the match, Chaz Barstow.
What a performance to end the opening day. He gets the better of Jimmy Vansky by 4 legs to 1. It means that everybody's on 6 points apart from Thomas Banks in the group. And average in the end of just over a ton, 100.36 for Chaz Barstow. Jimmy Vansky, despite an average of 95, despite an 11 data, reaction analysis is coming next. coming next, I hope.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the day's action has been completed in Group A. And what a game we had to finish proceedings off between Chaz Barstow and Jimmy Vansky. A 4-1 win for Barstow means that he's won each of his last 3 games after a slow start to proceedings, and he is on 6. In fact, 5 players are on 6 points, one at the end of the first day's worth of play in this group. Confirmation of that, Conan Whitehead leads the way by the solitary leg on legs difference. And how about that? Jimmy Vansky picking up 3 wins and is 5th in the table. Thomas Banks, the only player not to get off the board following the first day's worth of play. We've been watching it all in the company of the asset, the former Players Champion, Paul Nicholson. Look, let's go top downwards. Begin with Conan Whitehead, the player at the top of the pile. And Conan, it was just a typically Conan Whitehead day, wasn't it? Some good performances. Wasn't anything maybe overly beyond the realms of extraordinary, but it was just really efficient.
It was quite fierce at times, and it was very watchable because he was giving everything he got today. He knew, just like all of the other combatants, that this is maybe on paper the biggest Group A we've ever assembled. So when you put these champions together, they want to succeed. They want to be top of this group this week. They do not want to have to go into Group B or Group C, because the confidence that someone's going to yield from topping this group on Wednesday, it will be immeasurable going into Saturday. As for Whitehead, we know how much he loves this place and how much he covets getting more success. But I think sneakily he really wants to win this group because of who he's up against. And he's done a very good job today.
Chaz Barstow won that last game of the session. As the day went on, he got better and better and better, didn't he?
Yeah, he looked a little bit out of his comfort zone at the start. I've labelled him as a better nighttime player in the past. I'm going to stick by that for now, but I do get the feeling he's starting to click with Group A just a little bit more as he plays it speculatively over the course of time. But by the end of the session, he was showing great consistency. Averages in the mid-90s and then topping the 100 mark against Jimmy Vansky at the end. If he can get off to a slightly better start tomorrow and finish the same way, he's going to be in the reckoning come Wednesday. That is a certainty.
In terms of Jared Cole, there's a feeling that his game is in a really good place at the minute. There's a feeling that maybe a weight of pressures off his shoulders. Now, I know he hates it when we talk about the other role and the other capacity that he has here. But it's also fair to say that he's playing with an air of freedom, which I don't think he's had for a couple of years.
I think that's for two reasons. I think his personal life's in a good spot. He's got a little bit of a solid base, maybe for the first time as he starts to grow up, but maybe a little bit of financial security as well. And that really does go a long way to give you the freedom to go and do what you really want in your life. And in his case, that is playing darts for himself, for his family, and for his country as well. So I'm really pleased that Jared has got this freedom to play now. The only person who puts him under, more pressure than he possibly should is himself. So how he manages that moving forward will be interesting, but a solid first day for him as well.
We talk a lot about the maverick side of Reese Robinson, but did we see another side to him today?
We did in one respect, and that was a little bit of bounce-back ability, because when he was drilled into the ground by Jimmy Vansky and that 110 average later on, the way he was able to put it right in round 5 to walk away with more wins than losses today shows that he didn't dip his chin, he didn't go and mope against something in the back room. He just said to himself, right, he played better than me right there. When I go up there, I'm going to get my little chunk of success, and that's exactly what he did.
Jimmy Vansky put in the performance of the day, the 110 average. And despite everything that he's done over the course of the session, somehow finds himself, I could imagine it's somewhere inside that brain, he's thinking, what on earth's going on here?
Look at the points. You've got the same as the 4 people above you. Now, one of the first things I said to you when we finished up game 15 was that Jimmy Vansky is in 5th position. All we could do was laugh because of how he's played today. I know he's missed a few doubles earlier on, but the fact is, he's hit shots like this as well. This was a clean-cut 92, unruffled third dart, and he's delivered that against one of the most dangerous players this place has ever seen. So, yes, he's in 5th position. Laugh about it for the next few hours, come back tomorrow and get back to work.
Thomas Banks, if you were in his corner, what would you be saying to him overnight?
After a long period of listening, I'd want to know what is happening in between the ears when he goes on the stage. Try and figure out one thing that you can take on the stage tomorrow. One thing that will give you that little crumb of comfort to start going in the right direction. The thing about confidence is that it can be lost very quickly. In order to build it back, you can only do it one brick at a time. That's how I tend to look at it. Tomorrow is just one brick in the right direction. That's all he can do.
And just very quickly as you conclude, just your overall thoughts on the day.
Thoroughly enjoyable. Apart from seeing Thomas going through what he's going through, that was not pleasant to watch. But as for all of the other people, they are so close when it comes to how they do battle. I would gladly see them all going toe-to-toe until Wednesday afternoon, because I've got absolutely no idea who's winning this.
It's going to be fun. We'll find out tomorrow. Nick, as ever, thank you for your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV when we're done. The latest edition of the Tungsten Talk is going to feature Jack Tweddle. Man, he's had a very, very good 2025, doing good stuff on the ADC Tour, good stuff on the Challenge Tour as well. Then after that, the latest edition of The Story Of features Gary Anderson, the Flying Scotsman, the 2-time champion of the world. That's going to be our feature from 6:10 this evening. Then we're going to get the action back underway tomorrow morning from 9:30. Jared Cole is going to be in action in Group A. One of 5 players tied on 6 points at the top of proceedings. And then they'll all be playing for a place for Champions Week on Saturday night. And don't forget, Bo Greaves is going to be back in action for the first time in just over a year here at the Live Lounge Report. So that's going to be on Thursday evening. But it's flying sixes as far as the first day is concerned. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
Finals night, and it's a
Dirty